law. The law, though written very broadly, also provides for the Department of Parks and Wildlife, DPW, whatever the hell they're called now.
Right.
They publish an annual list. It's called Specified Semi-Automatic Firearms List. So that list came out on Monday. On the 1st of July. That's the list. It's going to be updated annually. That's the list that actually specifies the exact make and model that's subject to this law. And if it's not in the list, you can just go buy it like you can today. Now, what they did is it's obviously written by people who don't know what the hell they're doing.
Right.
So,
what do you mean by that? Like, what part of it?
Well, the list omits well over 90% of the ARs out there. So, to give you an example, I collect Colt rifles, older Colt rifles, and they specified the super common modern LE 6920, for example. That's on the list. The M4 is on the list. The Colt carbine is on the list. A few others, but none of the sporters are. The SB1s or the Sporters or the Sporter 2 or the Match H-Bar or the Target H-Bar or any of that. None of that is on the
now,
list.
Does CPW have the ability to amend that list anytime during the year? Or is it
I don't know. So the law is silent on that. They did, however, announce it's going to be an annual update, but they're probably free to update it as soon as they realize what kind of a loophole.
It ought to be interesting anyway, because first of all, the sheriff's departments, they have been given no information on what they're supposed to be charging. So the one I saw yesterday, I'm trying to remember what county it was, but they said it's going to be $150.
Denver's going to be 200.
200, okay.
Unsurprisingly.
So, yeah. But CPW is not even the ones that are running the courses. They're just administering it.
Yeah, private.
USCCA and whatnot, they're going to be running it. And instead of, i.e., like your concealed carry permit, if you go in for your first time, which is your 8 hour, forgive the 4 hour for your renewal, but you have to do a 12 hour. It's all classroom setting, and there's no live fire required.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to do it all in one day. It has to be in person, not online. So yeah, but the point I'm making is it's not going to put much of a impediment to normal people going out and buying an AR.
With the exception of the fact that there's nothing about any part of this that upholds continental scrutiny.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Just having to ask the sheriff permission.
That's unconstitutional.
Yeah.
I don't have to ask the sheriff's permission to get an abortion or to exercise my free speech.
But you're 13-year-old now. The way that they're doing some of these, even the patient portals and everything else, the 13-year-old is now responsible for making their own doctor's appointments and decisions and whatnot. You actually have to get a signed waiver from your child in order for you to maintain control of their health care until their 18th birthday.
Insanity.
Because you don't know what you're doing.
Exactly. But that same child not only can walk in and get the abortion, like you said, there's no parental consent, there's no parental advisement.
They can get their dick chopped off.
But they can't go get a tattoo. They can't go buy a beer.
Yeah. They can't even have their ear pierced if they're not 18.
I think 16, isn't it?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's 16.
My niece had to get Kimberly's permission to go get pierced.
My builder just went through this with his doctor's office. He tried to make an appointment. He can't do that. She has to do it. So what? They had to go in. They had to sign this deal.
Well, it's not like they're going to drive themselves there.
And not to mention, I'm sorry, you want the insurance information? Guess whose insurance it is?
Yeah, get the insurance my daughter pays for. No, it's just sheer stupidity.
So, Jeff, just to summarize, I'm not worried about that law right now. I'm offended by it, of course.
Oh, of course.
It's not going to affect me or most.
Do you know where, because you said you had a link of those firearms, if they've actually already?
Yeah, it's,
let
me see what my search is.
You want to shoot that to me in an email?
Yeah, it might be easier for me just to tell you what the search term is. Hang on a sec. Oh, no, I'll email it to you. Hang on a sec. So, Colorado.
Is it on the CPW website?
Yeah.
It is? Okay, then. I can pull that down. Okay, there it is. Specified. It's there. And
So, guys, what's news, baby? What's news? Trump weighs risks of deeper. Things are getting more and more. New York City, I'm telling you, man. Holy shit!
Yeah.
What he's doing.
What a shithole he's turning that into.
Any millionaire.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they're criminals. He's going after them like they're criminals. I mean, look, I wish I could be a billionaire. I really do, but God bless him. I mean, and then multimillionaires. I mean, I don't know why does he think they're going to solve all the problems?
He's not trying to solve problems. He's trying to cause chaos. You get enough people stirred up. I mean, it's the same old, big oil. The rich need to pay their fair share. Or you got to have a villain, You get things done in the background if you have a villain and all these people supporting you, chasing these villains around, It's unfortunate.
Oh, there you go. I found the list.
You found the list? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's on the
swing
CPW
so
website.
far left before they come back to the middle. It's
160
ridiculous.
pages or so, with about
New York's been that way, though.
firearms
Because it was.
Let me see this.
So you'll see that it leaves so much unaddressed. Now, Mark went out and he bought 2 ARs yesterday, or the day before yesterday, but none of them. I didn't tell him.
AR-10s, AR-15s?
AR-15s, a couple of Rugers. Yeah, 152 pages. So I think the next version of the list will probably have like over 1,000 pages.
Probably.
Because they'll figure it out. 2 handguns are on the list.
What are those?
The Desert Eagle 50 AE,
Really?
because it's gas operated.
What's the list?
This is the restricted firearms list, the one you need government permission to go buy. And one of the HKs, one of the gas operated HK pistols, it's not a P7 M8 or M13, even though those are gas operated.
Mm-hmm.
It's some modern version of a gas operated pistol.
Desert Eagle should be illegal for small blondes in Texas to try to shoot it.
It's a
That was great. Yeah,
It's a great
Well, it's good to know I can just review the list in the future. So
yeah.
I just went and got a 2K11 the other day. So.
What's that?
A Kimber 2K11.
Oh, a Kimber. Oh, you've been looking at it for a long time.
Yeah.
So
no pun intended. I pulled the trigger on Saturday.
Congratulations. That's a 2011 style, right?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you give for it? About a couple of thousand?
It was after the taxes, which are it was ordinary shit. It was just about 2,400.
Yeah.
So I got the 5-inch Cougar, double stack 45.
Does it take their own mags or Glock mags?
No, it takes their own mags.
Oh, shit.
That's the one thing that I don't like about Kimbers. You can't just go buy a 45 mag.
Yeah.
So you have to use a Kimber mag.
And those are what, $120?
No, they're not that bad.
It's like owning a Weatherby.
I don't know what. And this came with 3 mags, so
okay.
that was nice. But oops.
Wait, that's not a 45, right?
9
It's a
millimeter?
Yeah.
No, it's 45 millimeter, 45 caliber, double stack.
Oh, so okay, so technically it's not a 2011 because those are all
It's
to be
called a 2K11.
2K11. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the SIG too. It was real nice, but man, SIG's just been having so many problems as of late.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Yes, Frank Duran can buy or sell real estate with you. He can help you list your home and get it sold. And he is someone who knows how to price to get the best out of the market. He has stats to prove it. He's a master negotiator. He's certified master negotiator. He also has been one of the top producers in real estate in the entire country. And if you want someone to truly, when he does marketing, he doesn't just put up a sign or list it and leave. He knows what he's doing. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now, today is car day. Welcome to the show. We have Jeff Vick with us from Kimmer Transmission, transmissionsdenver.com. We also have Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech, SheridanAutotech.com. Deputy D is in the house with us, and we're talking cars today as well as anything else on your mind. So if you have a problem, a question, or complaint, give us a call. We want to hear from you, especially if someone took money from you and they're not coming through. Or it could be something else. It really could. Any number of things that are on your mind. It could be a neighbor who's a pain in the ass. It could be any kind of an issue, maybe at work. Do you know right now there are more complaints about working than probably anything else? Workers are saying they don't like their jobs don't pay enough, there aren't enough jobs, the economy sucks, their bosses are under a lot of pressure, and even though the stock market, this is what I don't understand, the stock market is doing good, and fewer people are collecting unemployment than ever before, not ever before, but in years and years and years and years, we have the makings of what should sound like a great economy. But when you talk to people on the business level, the people actually going out, doing home services, contracting, selling, they're saying that people are reluctant to spend money. I don't get this. I'm hearing the economy's great from the fundamentals, then I'm hearing the economy sucks from people in business. I don't know what it is. Guys, in your business, car maintenance, I don't even know if that's a good barometer, because people have cars that got to get them fixed. They might be putting off big repairs. Who knows? They might say, well, we got to do that another time. Let's limp along. Jeff, what do you think? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I've been saying that for months. You know, the workload's been schizophrenic. You know, we're packed at the seams of 1 minute, and then we're trying to figure out if phones are working the next.
Is the economy good or not? We don't know.
At the end of the month, all the numbers are coming together. So we're still providing all the work. People are still getting stuff done. I don't know if they're waiting for paychecks or how that's working. Now, some of the vehicles that, you know, over the last 3 or 4 years people were fixing, now they're opting to replace.
So I'm asking you, is it good or bad? If you had to say good, bad, is it the same?
Well, I'll say that we're up about 20% from last year.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's good.
You too, right?
Yeah, we're busy.
Okay, so that could be a bad sign. It could be a sign that people aren't buying cars. Who knows?
They're still fixing. They're still putting a lot of money in some older cars. You know, trying to keep them going.
So you don't see a slowdown.
No, the summer's been real busy.
I'm talking to people who are doing contracting and home services and all that. People they say aren't spending money. There seems to be this, I don't know, this fear of the economy. Even though all the fundamentals are there, people are saying it's not that great. It's not that great. And I want to know what part of it is not great. Mm-hmm. That's what I want to know. If you're in business, or I want to know is what part of the economy is not great. Let me go to this phone call, though. Bill, he has a housing issue he wants to talk about. And we brought up Brad O'Brien. We'll bring him up to listen. Brad is a real estate attorney who he does real estate in his practice, and that's all he does. He can really help you, especially if you're a landlord. I'll give out his contact information in a second here. But Bill, explain your problem, Bill. What is it all about?
Okay. Hi, good morning.
Hey, how are you doing? Good, I hope.
I'm hanging in there pretty good.
All right.
My son had thought he had purchased a home, and
that's the one. Okay.
That's the guy.
Okay.
That's me.
Now, let me explain this to Brad in the interest of time, because this is unbelievable. Brad, what he said is this. He lives in Texas, and I understand the laws are different there, but in general, he and his wife started paying the wife's father, this guy's son-in-law, this guy's father-in-law. They started paying this man $600 a month. They moved in and started paying $600 a month. There was no written agreement whatsoever. And according to this guy, the Bill's son, what's your son's name, Bill?
Chris.
Okay, so Chris and his wife moved into his wife's father's house, started paying $600 a month. Chris claims that he was told he was buying the house. Nothing in writing, he was buying the house. And now, after 10 years, they're getting a divorce. The wife says, "You're not buying this house. You're being evicted, and we're leaving each other. It's over." And meanwhile, Chris spent about $60,000 getting this house fixed up with an HVAC system and brand new windows. In fact, he still has a loan, which he still owes about $30,000 on for the windows. And now this is ridiculous because Chris claims I was buying the house and I've paid over 10 years $600 a month. And the guy he's been paying to, the landlord, says, "You're not buying this house." And the wife even says, "You're not buying this house." So Chris wants to know what he can do. And I told him probably nothing. I mean, there's zero in writing. And in Texas, you have to have something in writing, like in Colorado. But the thing I wanted to know also is if he walks away and there were brand new windows put in this house, we don't know what happens. It's a real mess, Brad. And I kind of thought we put this to bed yesterday. I wasn't sure we were going to get you even on about this because to me it seems so just black and white. This guy is claiming he was buying a house. No purchase price, by the way. No term, no interest rate, nothing, zero. All he was doing is paying $600 a month, and he claims he was buying the house. I'm almost ashamed to ask you about this, Brad. What do you think about it?
Well, in Colorado, we have something called the statute of frauds. That's a law that says that any real estate contract has to be in writing to be enforceable against the seller, and that's a good reason for that because real estate's worth a lot of money, and you can't have people just claiming there was a purchase contract because it has big consequences. So here, it doesn't sound like there's any contract in writing.
Nothing.
Yeah, and so it does not sound to me like there was any contract formed between them, whether or not it was in writing, and certainly there is no writing. So it just doesn't sound like there's anything there.
Now, Bill, I know that you say that he still has a bill for his windows. If I want to ask you this, Brad, if he walks away from this loan and doesn't pay it, and they go after, can they put a lien on that house? Since the windows were put in that house, by the way, the owner of that house did not authorize those windows in writing. He didn't sign on the contract. These stupid window people, I call them stupid because they come to a house and do an entire house full of windows, and they get Bill, the tenants. He was a tenant, for lack of a better term, he was a tenant. Bill's son, Chris, authorizes this. So Chris, the tenant, authorizes $70,000 in new windows or $60,000, whatever they were. Now he still owes $30,000. If he doesn't pay on that, can they put a lien on that house since that's where the windows went? Or can the owner of the house say, "Screw you, I never authorized those"? Or what do you think would happen? I know that we don't need to know for the letter of the law, but in general, do you think that window company will put a lien on the house?
Well, I frequently get asked by somebody, "Can I put a lien on somebody's house for any particular reason? Like I don't like somebody, can I put a lien on their house?" No, you only have a lien if somebody gives you a lien. So if you're a homeowner and you have some work done on your house, you're giving somebody, the contractor, a mechanics lien against your house. So here you've got a tenant who created some
obligation,
mechanics lien liability. Well, for sure, that would be a lien against the tenant's interest in the house, which is the leasehold. But the bigger question is, does it become a lien against the landlord's fee simple ownership of the house? And it is potentially, yeah. That's why landlords are advised to, when they see work going on, to post a notice of non-liability under the mechanics lien statutes. That's something they can do to disclaim liability for mechanics liens caused by or created by the tenant.
So, Bill, your son Chris, he owes this money. If he walks away, I suspect, just like if a deck builder built my deck and walks away from the lumber yard, that lumber yard can put a lien on my house. So I think if Chris walks away from this window loan, they're going to put a lien where the windows went on that house. And that landlord is going to have to deal with that lien. Now, whether that landlord goes after your son or not, or the window company sues your son personally, I don't know. Your son can probably do a bankruptcy on that. But you're going to have a big mess. Do you have any specific questions, Bill, for Brad? Because I know when we left the conversation, I really didn't give you much hope. I don't think you have anything at all. Because there is an exception of the law in writing in Texas that says if a buyer moves in and pays part of the mortgage and does substantial improvements, you could enforce a verbal contract if there was one, but they don't have a verbal contract. They don't have one because, Bill keeps saying they had a verbal contract, but they don't. Because if you ask Chris in court, okay, Mr. Chris, if you had a verbal contract to buy this house, what's the purchase price? Chris would say, I don't know. Okay, how much a month were you supposed to pay toward rent? How much toward interest? What is the interest rate? And when do you stop paying? He has no terms or conditions whatsoever. So, Bill, do you have any specific questions for Brad?
Well, I did just a real quick Reader's Digest thing. Just imagine you're newly married. You were living in a double.
All right, hold on a second, because you're going to go into a story, and I got to take a break. Because, Bill, the story doesn't matter. I want to get some concrete information. Ask Brad if we can call him back, because we really need to take this break, and then I really want to get to this and see what people think about it as well.
Does anybody want anything from the break room?
I'm good right now, thanks.
Tom, do you need water?
What's that?
Do you need water?
No, I'm good right now. Thank you, man.
No, I did.
Hey, if you had, and I know you've had a lot of heat, you want to make sure your AC is running efficiently, that it has life, and it has efficiency to save you money. And you know what the number one killer of AC is? Dirt and grime. Fix It 24/7 will do a complete refurbishment of that AC. They take it all apart. They clean every nook and cranny. They put it back together. They tune and check it and make sure that it's good for the season with a no breakdown guarantee. And if there are any problems, serious problems, they'll let you know. In fact, they have free second opinions if you need anything. FixMyHome.com. Book now. It's Fix It 24/7. A company you can trust for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. FixMyHome.com. Book now. All right, let's talk about GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I love great companies, and I've known Mark for so long, and he has a great company. What you want to do is call them for any of your hail damage. They can go through your whole house, from the roof, soffits, fascia, siding, gutters, doors, windows. They can walk your entire property and give you what you need on one invoice, one point of contact. Whether it's hail damage or you just want to spruce up your house, this is a contractor you can trust. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Shannon, what can I do to aggravate you today? Anything? Oh, okay.
Tom's the best.
So you know that restriction I had that was causing that backup and send me in the hospital? It's happening again. I got to go back in and have it opened up again. I said, do I have to go the rest of my life and keep having my bile duct realized? And they said, no, eventually the tissue stays open. It never, when it closes back up, it's like he explained it like it has a memory, and it keeps going back to that scar, and they have to keep opening it.
They can't put like stents or something?
Yes, that's what they're going to do.
You're good.
Stent.
2.5.
That stent will go in for they keep it in for 6 months to see what happens. They say eventually the tissue will stretch.
That's so weird.
I mean, worst case scenario, literally they'd have to rebuild it.
Yeah, plastic or something to.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yep, if he was some old Ford Taurus,
So
wouldn't
you
we
still
just
have a
get a new
gallbladder
one?
then, if you have a bile duct?
I
Ready
don't
for the
have
crusher?
gallbladder now. It goes from the liver to the intestines.
Okay.
That's harsh. I love it.
Yeah, because I had mine out about 10 years
But
ago.
the point is that I have the benefit. I mean, it was a successful surgery. Most people, don't get through that. But these complications afterwards. So the good news is, we don't have to worry. There's no mystery as to why I get weak and tired.
Oh, okay.
It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. But we're going to take care of it in a week and a half. I'll have it taken care of. But last time we didn't know what was causing it.
The one, sure, yeah.
I kept getting sick, and I was always out. I would get weak and sick, and then
So they got to put like a zipper or something in there so they can get in easier or something?
well, they go down. So I don't get cut open.
Okay, oh, yeah.
They do it all by the throat. So I'm going to go in and have I'll have a stent put in. See if that does it permanently.
Even if you're not insured right now. Okay, I'm going right now. Don't settle for the same auto insurance.
It's like it's always fucking
Find out
something.
how you can save up to
You guys, you've been blessed. You have pretty good health.
Yeah, knock on wood, yeah.
Just real savings you can start putting back in your pocket today.
Well, you were humming along with nothing, yeah.
I know.
That's 800-483-6219. One last time, 800-483-6219. For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All those subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
Showers and thunderstorms will wrap up this evening as temperatures dip down into the 60s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high temperature in the mid-90s. I'm Fox City 1 Info.
This report is sponsored by The Rogue Recap with Linda McLaughlin.
Hey, if you're looking for news you can't get anywhere else, then you're a lot like me. I started The Rogue Recap because I wanted to talk about things I just wasn't hearing. So join me on my podcast, Rogue Recap with Linda McLaughlin, anywhere you listen to podcasts. Can't wait to see you there.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, and I love telling you about good companies, especially on car day, like One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Remember that name. I really think that's the only name you need when it comes to garage doors. I've known these guys for years and years and years, and it started in Denver. It actually grew to a national company, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. They do everything you need on the garage door or the opener, and they're the best company you can call. So remember that name. Seriously, you don't have to go shopping around. I swear to you, I've never seen a better company when it comes to garage doors. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Okay, so Bill, basically, let's bring Bill back up. And Brad O'Brien, I certainly appreciate you being here. Brad is at olslaw.com, and I'll give out his number. Get ready in a second here. I'll give out his number if you have any real estate issues. But Bill, go ahead with your story. Your son just got married. Continue the story and see where it leads. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to make it brief. Just imagine they're young, they got married, they're living in a double wide on the property. He builds a house and says, hey, you can move in. And they say, okay, I will sell you the house. His daughter and her husband, they've just been married. And I don't know if they sat down, and he's very naive and figured out what all the details you would have to have for a verbal contract. But they've been doing it, paying on it monthly, and monthly all the statements and everything, and the bank says it's going to mortgage. It doesn't say it's going to rent. Only in
Wait. If the guy uses the money to pay the mortgage, that doesn't mean that this guy took over the mortgage. I mean, the landlord can put that money anywhere he wants. I mean, I don't know if you think that will hold up in court, that the money that the landlord got in rent he used to pay the mortgage.
Tom, I think what Bill said is that his son, when making these payments, designated these
Doesn't
as...
matter.
Yeah, but like it's not the landlord that's making the mortgage. It's just the son.
It doesn't matter.
No, I agree. I
mean, if I tell my tenant, pay my garbage man instead of paying me that much rent, or pay my mother-in-law, I can tell him to do anything I want. I mean, the fact that he was paying the mortgage doesn't mean it was his mortgage or his house. Bill, I have a simple question. What's the purchase price? Okay, what's the purchase price?
Tom, I don't know, but
he doesn't know either. And what's the interest rate? How much of it was going to rent? How much was going to the mortgage? What is the term? You have zero details. You're saying he thought he was buying the house.
From his father-in-law, who owns the house.
And his father-in-law says that's not true. He was only renting it. So do you have anything at all? Well, okay. Well, do you have anything to the contrary? Do you have anything to prove that it was a purchase? If the landlord says we were renting it, what do you have to counter that? Do you have an email? Do you have a text? Do you have anything?
Tom, hang on. All I really want to know right now is if the company that owns the windows puts a lien on the house.
Yeah.
How long is that lien permanent? Can he sell, transfer, or gift that house without him paying that rent?
Well, in general, Brad O'Brien will tell you, he can't tell you specifics in Texas, but in general, Brad, when there's a lien on something, they can't do anything before paying that lien, right?
Actually, did you just say the house is in Texas?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't advise on.
No, I know that. But in general, when there is a lien on a house, if there is a lien for $35,000, unless they either get that lien removed or satisfy it, they can't do anything with that house, can they?
Yeah. So just in general, mechanics liens expire if the contractor doesn't take steps to perfect it and to start a foreclosure lawsuit on that mechanics lien within a certain amount of time. But the reality is that title companies, even if that time has passed to pursue that mechanics lien, and so the lien is obviously expired, title companies will not allow a closing to occur on a sale or a refinance until that lien is actually removed with a release of lien or a court order doing the same thing. So that's the practical reality, is that that mechanics lien is going to hold up the seller or the landlord or the owner from doing something with the property.
Okay, so basically, Bill, I think the answer is if there is a lien on that house, that guy would have to satisfy the lien or have it removed somehow before he could do anything with that house. That's the general answer.
Good, because he's trying to get out of it, get it off of his name so he's not liable. So as long as that, we can get the company, let's say Anderson or whoever it is, to put a lien on the house for the remaining payment of $35,000 for the windows. If they put a lien on it, I think
Bill, you don't get them to do it. They decide to do it. They're going to go after your son first, okay? Because he signed the contract, and then they're going to go after where the windows went.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so yeah, but the bottom line is, I think the money your son paid for the HVAC system and all that, I don't know how he handles that. Brad, if he put a brand new furnace and air in that thing, and now he's being evicted or he can't buy the house, can he sue the guy for that? Can he say, look, you benefited from this, or can the landlord just simply say, I didn't tell you to do it? I mean, what would happen if you substantially improved a property and you get evicted?
Well, okay, I'm only going to respond as if this were in Colorado.
All right,
property,
good.
Because I'm not Texas licensed at all.
Gotcha.
So a tenant always improves a property at their risk, right? Because they don't own it.
Okay.
And also, if somebody has an installment land contract, like the son here is alleging, where you receive a deed at the end when you've made all the payments to pay the full price, that person also makes improvements at their own risk. So he took the risk. Now, the only way under Colorado law that you'd have a case is that based upon the sellers having it's basically an unjust enrichment claim. But unjust enrichment claim doesn't just mean that somebody was enriched and somebody else wasn't. It has to be based on the person having made a promise that induced the person who's out of pocket to have taken a loss. So here the question would be: did the landlord owner lead on the son to suggest that he would be covered for expending this money for the HVAC? I'm not hearing any facts that the seller even knew about it, so there wouldn't be an unjust enrichment claim under Colorado law.
All right, Brad O'Brien, by the way, 720-370-7388 for real estate issues. olslaw.com. Bill, I want you to know something. I would love nothing more than to find a way for your son to get reimbursed or something, because I believe you. I believe this probably happened the way you said it did. The problem is trying to prove that. But the good news is, Bill, I don't think Anderson's going to waste money trying to sue your son if he doesn't have anything. They're going to go after the house. They're going to just put a lien on the house, just the same way as if your son was a contractor and went to a customer and put windows in the house and then doesn't pay the bill. The window company will go directly to the homeowner and put a lien on that house. Okay, we have more coming up. We have a lot to talk about. And ask Skyrat to hang on. I know he wants to talk to us, but I got to do a few things first. And I want to tell you about Renew Home Innovations for the most beautiful shower conversions. So they take that tub and shower combo, get rid of it, and put in a beautiful big rectangle. Oh, actually, they can make it any shape you want. A beautiful Italian porcelain custom walk-in shower for the best prices anywhere. That's renewhomeinnovations.com. This is the best part. 1 or 2 days to do it and a year to pay with no interest and no payments. 303-904-2000, 904-2000.
Jeff, why can't you do brake fluid changes? Is that not permitted where you operate?
We just don't have the stuff to do it to completely flush out the system.
Oh, you don't have the suction machine?
No, most of the time when we're dealing with brake fluid, it's doing clutch jobs and whatnot.
Oh, sure.
The system,
Mm-hmm.
and most of the time, we do that by vacuum bleeding them anyway. So.
Yeah, I do it by having somebody sit in there and press the pedal, and I
sometimes
use a
that's
wrench.
easiest, but
It is, sometimes, but sometimes ABS you can't, doesn't work, to pedal bleed. Yeah, we have pressure bleeders and stuff.
That's a nice machine.
Yeah.
I just couldn't justify $18,000 to buy that machine.
$18,000.
What do they cost?
No, you can get a cheap one on Amazon every year for a couple $100.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the brake fluid's so corrosive anyway, they don't last. I don't care what you buy. They just wear out but you get a case of adapters to fit all the different masters, and then it runs on shop air and it just pressurizes.
That's cool.
Regulated. So you just walk around as crack bleeders and.
Yeah, I don't have shop air either. No, wait, I do. In my 4Runner, I have a compressor under for inflating tires. That's my shop air. Yeah, 50.
Not enough.
It's not enough.
No.
Inflating tires is not enough.
No.
It's not enough?
Pump out your brakes.
That's not enough.
No, because you need the CFMs more than just the pump.
What are you talking about?
No, we're talking
Compressed
about
air.
brakes.
Oh,
Using the
Pressure
compressed
bleeding
air.
brakes. And
Oh. I thought it would be something for
insurance policy 3 times the size of the policy you had to purchase for your previous mistake?
Who wrote that note? What's Fuller on for?
Who wanted that?
I know what he's on for.
Yeah.
All right. Does he know?
Yeah. Does he know?
Do you know? Do you know that he knows, or does he know that you know? No?
I don't know.
Don't know?
No sé.
Donde está?
We're done with Bill.
Does he know that?
No sé.
Does he know you know you're done?
Do I come back right after this spot, or do you have another one? I can't.
Help you. And if you don't help us, we can adjust your claim.
Good. Yeah, no. I wanted to know because I have something with Fuller, and I wanted to put space between them, but there's a few spots, so that's good. No, he's not. It's a consumer segment I'm doing with him. I knew that you knew that. I knew that you knew.
You don't know.
I'd like to see what that Rhino Shield is. Well, how is it different? Tom Martino here. When you're thinking about air conditioning, or any part of your furnace and air HVAC system, Apple Air, air with an E, AppleAir.com. Consider them a family-owned and operated business since 1988, and I know them all. They're great people. AppleAir.com. Now, let's talk about an issue that comes up a lot, and I have a couple emails to prove it. I want to talk to John Fuller. He's our personal injury expert. He's a lawyer and handles traffic accidents all the time. John, this has come up time and time again, and I thought I'd just answer all of them in one fell swoop. And this is bottom line. When you're in an accident, okay, and you're injured, okay, you have, or your passenger, so someone, you're injured, and you have medical bills. Can you say to the people at the hospital or the doctor, just pay the at-fault driver? You know, this guy did it. Pay the at-fault, or what am I supposed to do with the bills? Can I wait till the case is settled? What do I do about my medical bills?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that really forms, an awful lot of what we do, Tom. Here's what I can tell you: the biggest most common misnomer out there is that the guy that caused the accident is going to pay all your medical bills. There simply is no mechanism for the hospital or the ambulance or anybody else to bill the at-fault party and ever get paid. It simply will not happen. So the very best thing that you can do, and this is free advice that I'll give to everybody, the very best thing that you can do is to hand the hospital your health insurance card and tell them to bill that, and don't give them or complicate the matter any further by trying to deal with giving them other people's insurance information, your car insurance information. Just give them your health insurance, let them bill that, and then we'll deal with the rest and make it all work out. But anything else that you do will only complicate matters. I've had hospitals wait for months before billing health insurance, thinking that they might be able to get some money out of a car insurance company, and it simply never happens.
So you don't even want to give them your own med pay. If you bought medical payments coverage that covers you no matter what, you don't want to give them that information either.
Listen, MedPay is great, but the last thing I want to do is let a hospital get all of your MedPay money and apply it to unrepriced medical services.
Oh,
so,
okay.
As an example, if they bill $2,500 or more for a procedure like an MRI, I'd much rather pay them the $400 or $500 that your health insurance will have the ability to pay for that service than for you to waste half of your med pay by paying the hospital the $2,500. So just don't tell them about the med pay. Give them your health insurance, force them to bill the health insurance.
Love it.
And we'll use the med pay to pay your copays and deductibles and all of the out-of-pocket portions. We'll get every penny of the med pay spent properly, but we won't let the hospital take advantage of you.
John, I never looked at it like that because I would have thought give them your med pay, but you make such great sense. If you give them that, they get paid in whole 100%, whereas your health insurance is already negotiated. And in addition to that, you use that med pay where you really need it to benefit you. John, thank you so much. That's why I tell people, call John at the first sign of trouble. He'll give you free advice, okay? And this is something, I must have had 5 or 6 emails on this kind of topic. And you can always reach him at 303-597-4500. John, thanks for that information. And for those who wrote to me, I hope that you have been taking notes. Skyrat also wants to talk about something, a car problem, I think. What did you want to talk about, Skyrat? I would recall this name if I took this. Is that your nickname, Skyrat?
Correct. Real quickly, 19054 Tango Mike, good for ramp departure southeast.
Okay,
anyway.
So you are a Skyrat. What do you fly, brother?
Anything from Boeing's Airbuses down to Gulfstreams.
Oh, really? Oh, so you're a real pilot. Oh, my gosh.
Anyway, I wanted to thank, I don't think enough people call to thank you and your team for what they do. About a month ago, the Persian Princess Baby Mama called on this issue of the red light therapy.
Yes.
Vibrance.
Yes.
Anywho, I just want to call back because I don't think she would. Amazingly to me, Councilor Fuller suggested we approach both banks that were on the 15,000. And amazingly, we did receive $12,750 back after 3 months because they defaulted on their contract. They breached their own contract, and they bounced 2 checks for $12,750. Anyway,
wow!
My congrats to Fuller. I know that's not his particular arena of expertise, but it worked, and I happen to believe not enough people call and tell you thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Skyrat, and thank you very, very much. Now, give a synopsis of this, D, for people that did not hear the entire problem.
Sure, Tom. A few weeks ago, when you and Mark had a couple of days off, I was here working with John Fuller.
Yes.
And this lady called in, and she said she bought one of these red light systems.
Right.
And she subsequently tried to get a refund. She said that the company she bought them from, it was a Florida company, sent her a series of 2 checks, because
there was a guaranteed trial period.
Yeah, like a money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied. Now, our caller claimed that both of those checks in series bounced. And so John and I recommended that she just tries to dispute with her debit. It wasn't a credit card. It was actually a debit card.
Was that a Brian Ox? I think I have that guy down.
You also looked him up because she actually called us twice.
It's Brian. It was BRYANOCHS. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the seller, but I remember you doing the research on him during the first time that she called us.
Yes.
Anyway, so we did advise her that even debit cards allow you a chance to dispute, depending on the bank that issued them, allow you a chance to dispute the charge based on dissatisfaction. And it sounds like she tried it, and it sounds like it worked. Now, the question I have for Skyred, who's on the phone with us, is, did she get a final determination from her bank, Skyred, or is this a provisional credit?
Actually, it was two banks, mine and hers. One was a debit, one was a credit, and both of them came through with initially a provisional credit, and once they cleared it.
Okay, so now it's cleared. Now it's cleared.
Oh, that's great.
That's great. Thank you.
Now,
thank you very much.
Here's the
Now,
other part.
go ahead.
Here's the other part. It was $15,000, and they had an undisclosed restocking fee of 15%, $2,250. So that's not worth hiring an attorney. We'll see if we can shame them into it. Maybe save some other people some grief by doing some media investigative stuff and stick on ABC in Denver and Miami. So we shall see. Anyway, what I want to talk to you about was a car issue.
Yeah.
And that would be, I've talked before.
Hey, do me a favor, Scott. We just went a little over, so I want to take your car question. Hang on, okay? And we'll come right back to you because it's really important to us. By the way, what else is important? Car insurance. Compass Insurance Group does a free, complete analysis of your insurance to make sure you're not paying too much, or if there are better deals, they'll let you know. That's 303-996-9000.
Socialism ever worked? This week on Redfield America, we tell the story of a fascinating community that proves once and for all whether socialism could work in the U.S. Listen to Redfield America on the iHeartRadio app. It's Redfield America.
You know, several years ago, I started Martino Capital for myself. I wanted to know where my investments were going and why we invested in certain things, and my financial advisor couldn't tell me. I just wanted to give you a message. I'm serious. This is something you should look at. If you have a nest egg of any kind and it's in investment portfolios, check with your advisor to see if they're just placing them with larger advisors and they're making a middleman fee. Or are they the ones actually doing the trading for you in a custodial account? That's the way I believe it should be. Direct personal attention. And I'm going to tell you this. That's what we give you at Martino Capital. If you want, we will do a review and show you in real numbers what your returns are and what ours are. We'll tell you straight up and compare numbers. MartinoCapital.com. A review can never hurt you. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. And you literally have my name on it. Now, speaking of names, you don't get better than Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank Duran will do a market evaluation of your home, but better yet, talk to him about selling your home or buying a home. And if you want a list, he does outbound marketing second to none. What he does is pushes your house out to thousands of potential buyers. He even has buyers in his files to go to. So if you want action, go to the most active, the most efficient real estate expert I know who sells for more money and faster than anyone, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Fresh breath is just a few clicks away. Order Zellman's online today and save 15%. Visit ZELMINS.com and use code SAVE. That's Zellmans.com for fresh confidence delivered. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment. Stay confident and save 15% with code SAVE on Zellmans.com today. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. Eurobunny has the lowest pricing I've ever seen. Water heaters under $1,600. Whole house repiping at the guaranteed lowest price. They also give you a clear estimate right over the phone. You know exactly how much it's going to cost before they even show up. No games, no hidden fees, straightforward professional work at great prices. Call or text 720-500-3000, 720-500-3000, or go to denverrepipe.com.
Legacy news tomorrow, next week, next year. I hope for entertainment done on home improvements. Since 1985, we focus on legacy. On top, selling kitchens, baths, basements, windows, doors, and now for an 8% scheduling incentive and a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments, go to drhi.com. Gas, kitchens, baths, showers and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. We have our wooden refrigerator done at drhi.com.
It's Henry Bress with Excel Roofing. If your home was in a hail or windstorm, you should call Excel Roofing first. We'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. Excel is Martino's favorite roofer. Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400.
Jeff, do you smoke cigars?
From time to time, usually not like the full size ones. I like the smaller little. I like the acid dipped. So
acid dipped.
That's what they call them.
Well, they're called acid. They're infused.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Acid is a brand.
Yes.
From what I remember. Okay.
Yeah,
infused
botanicals and stuff. They're stored in a room with botanicals and infuses. Yeah, it's like a good Swisher Sweet.
I love Swisher Sweet.
But they're.
That's one of the reasons why I like the Total Wines, because they got the humidors over there.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
While I'm here, yeah, I'll grab.
Because Kevin turned me on to this great online retailer that's got fantastic prices.
I might.
Retailer for cigars?
Yeah. And they don't charge the Colorado State.
I've never smoked a cigar. I've tasted them, but I've never actually smoked cigars.
I might.
Yeah, you're not supposed to inhale them.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've
So you took a puff.
Yeah, I did. I mean, somebody gave me one, and I tried it. It wasn't my thing. But smoking in general, I don't do.
Yeah.
I might smoke 5 a year.
Oh, okay, yeah. You don't need this place.
No.
Plus, you enjoy going into that walk-in humidor and smelling.
Some of the smells.
It's a whole ritual for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's way more than just.
Oh, yeah. It's making the cut and lighting it, and it's a huge, huge ritual for many people. Not for me. I just like the smell.
It's funny how many different areas of interest there are when people get into certain things. They're so into it, it's like I always wonder, what is their thing? Some people have multiple things, right? They might have scuba diving, cigars. They might have aviation. They might have boating.
Collect wines.
They might have cars or dragsters, or I mean, there's and they all have separate communities.
Oh yeah.
Separate communities. Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. WaterPros.net has the best combination system. I swear to you, $3,800 to both soften your water and give you reverse osmosis drinking water. Now, this whole house softener and the reverse osmosis drinking, $3,800, you'll never find a price better, ever. WaterPros.net, never. And not for the quality and not for the price ever. WaterPros.net. Now, Skyrat wanted to tell us a story or has a car story. Go ahead. Well, let's talk real quick so I don't run out of time with you. But if I do, I'll still continue. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning again. This goes back. I talked on the show when Kevin was on from Sheridan Auto, and the issue was I had taken the car in for a window regulator to Christian Brothers, Colorado Springs Wooden. Okay, fine. They call, pick it up, and not so fine. All the locks don't work. So I called the service advisor, the mechanic that actually worked on it. Then they're like looking off in a 45-degree angle. We know nothing, but we'll do a diagnostic for 270. They do that, and they said, well, it looks like it might be the module, which is located behind the glove box, but we can't fix it. I go, really? Okay, so on the advice of Kevin and part of your team and John Rush, I wind up taking it to Honest Accurate Auto.
Yeah,
I was going to be out of town for a week. Leave it there. Nothing got done for another $1,000. And so I'm thinking about the only option
Wait a minute.
Go back.
You said you had a problem with Honest Accurate Auto?
Yeah, I was there for a week and about $1,000, and nothing got done.
Well, what do you mean nothing? I mean, he didn't charge you $1,000 for nothing. There must have been something. Did he say he did something that he didn't do?
Yeah, the paperwork says they tried to fix it. It's it's a real pain because with those locks inoperative, you can't even get in the right passenger door to access the glove box. The 6 screws to take it out.
I find it hard. I mean, I know you didn't call about this specifically, but it just bothers me. If you're saying it sat there and they did diagnostics and got nothing done and charged you $1,000?
That's precisely correct.
All right. Well, I'd love to call him on it and just ask him about it. I mean, I think he deserves to answer that, but I'd like to know what else. So, is that what you're calling about, Honest Accurate, or is there more to the story?
That's strictly it. It's been a great car. Maintained it very well.
Did you ever get it fixed?
No. That's what I'm still trying to do.
And okay, so tell us right now, what is the problem that remains right now? Tell us what it is.
The locks don't work. The power locks.
That's it.
And I know it's a first world problem, but I can only access the driver's door and reaching back the door behind that.
Okay. So the power locks simply don't work.
But they stopped working after somebody worked on the windows. That was the trigger for me.
And the guy that worked on the windows, are they willing to accept responsibility and fix it or not?
No.
You mean which one?
Christian Brothers. What did they say? Are they denying liability?
Yeah, they said, we tried this, that, and everything, tried to get in there, even started drilling the lockout. And nothing happened. I know it's a first world problem, but you got to be able to. Well, I don't care if it's a first world problem. If you called with a problem, I'd like to know. Kevin, have you ever looked at it?
No, I haven't.
All right, but I mean, he might be discouraged with our recommendations. But I don't know. I think it's hard to believe that Honest Accurate did absolutely nothing and charged $1,000. But I'd love to talk to him about it. So Skyrat, we will talk to him about it, and also try Sheridan Auto Tech. Really, we try them. This guy, nobody can fix his car. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with it, but what the hell? How could it can't be magic, right? Something's wrong with the power locks.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean,
well, hard to say. Now the 3 people have been in there.
Issue, or do I take to you? So on the back of my hatchback, I open it up, and then there's a button you press for what's called maximum baggage, and so you press one button, and the front seat goes, the back seat goes, then my other seats go, and then you get the maximum, right? And then you press the other button, maximum seating, and the 5th row, or the 5th, whatever, the 5th and 6th seat comes up. The one on this side, so when I hit maximum, I can do one or the other. I can do both seats to give me the whole thing, or I can do one to give me half the thing. But now when I do maximum, it goes, but this one goes, and it doesn't go all the way down. Is that a dealer thing?
It may be, because if they are working, all the components are good. It's something in a software or a limiter or something. So that's something their scanners probably need to look at.
No, I mean, there's nothing to keep him about. I'd like to get his real name so we can ask Jesse about him. I want to know about it. Yeah, for sure.
Every time I push the maximum button, the maximum baggage button, I get this blonde lady comes over and starts yakking in my
So then how about for my tire pressure monitor? Every time I start up, I have to acknowledge it's not working. I always, even if I reset it, I always have to acknowledge. After I reset it, it goes right back to its fault in 10 seconds, and then I have to acknowledge. It says, caution, tire pressure monitor inoperative, and I have to press OK to keep driving. I mean, do you work with those, or is that a dealer thing?
Well, I mean, if you're going to be there for that, I'd look at both. Right. Yeah, because there's a lot of proprietary in the body side of that car.
I'm so sick. I hate fucking dealers. I hate them with a passion. They're so expensive.
Yeah.
I hate them. And the one thing about that Beamer too, I hate, you can put the tailgate up remote. You can't close it with the remote.
That makes sense. It doesn't want you to chop off somebody's head.
Well, they have limiters.
It should have a limiter, just like a garage door, though. It hits something.
It should, but it doesn't.
Yeah, just ask Drew.
I just I just need to make a service appointment. But I'm not going to have my regular service done. So, but I thought if I had it to you for regular service, you could look at the seat.
I think the body control model is going to be something we're going to have a hard time communicating with, and that's what's in that seat. Because that's
all of a sudden it just stopped working.
But you said it works independent of each other, so the motors are all good.
No, it doesn't work independent. The left never works.
Oh, okay.
Only when I hit both, this one just goes in, and it goes like that. If I do the right, it goes down. If I do the left, it goes in. It's just like trying to, but it just stops. I don't know what it is.
Oh, it probably encountered resistance, and it thinks it's going to crush something or someone, so it comes back. See if your wallet is stuck in there.
Nobody ever sits in
I
the
can't
back.
tell you how much I hate that BMW.
Jesus
Everyone tells me how beautiful it is, and the ride is beautiful, and the interior trim is beautiful, but it is. I just hate it.
Why don't you take my town car out for a test drive?
No, I think the Beamer will have a beautiful ride. I just don't like these, and these little things are going to start happening. Even though I have less than 40,000 miles on it.
No miles.
The more things they put into a car, the more there is to go wrong.
That's it.
I wish you could
That's why you should have a town car.
Options you want.
Well, they're coming. It's all subscriptions.
It's got 3 ashtrays. It was the last car to be made with ashtrays. It was the last model to be made with ashtrays.
So you got one in front and 2 in the back?
Yeah. It's got ashtrays.
Was there an article?
You can still get
all the
ashtrays, but you have
subscription
to
stuff
special
they're
order.
having with cars, the
like
heated
for my
seats for
4Runner,
subscription and everything.
Smoker's kit.
So mechanics need the ability to check and make sure the people paid their subscriptions before they perform diag on some of these things. Because they could shut it off like your cable gets shut off, and now your power seat
I
doesn't
just
work.
want to get a car and keep it and not have these fucking issues. I've long since. Oh my God! I mean, I don't give a fuck what kind of brand it is. I just want it to work.
Town car.
This bullshit about.
Oh, and after I bought it, Ford offered me a credit card. Because I registered on their parts website, and it says, hey, you're pre-approved for a Ford credit card. So it has its own benefits.
I've got a friend that's got a Chevy card that he uses, and then every couple of years, and he uses it for his shop purchases, and every few years he just goes and gets a new car and it's paid for.
Wow. That's really clever. That's really cool. Because he uses it to buy his business supplies, and that adds up to millions of dollars.
So I'd rather have the cash, and then I'll decide what to spend it on.
But my point is, I have a Ford and a Ford
That town car, I bet you, is beautiful. I can never have it. I don't like big old cars. I love the way they ride. I love everything about them. But I'm not into the look.
You're missing out.
Well, I love everything. Parking lots and stuff, you hate them because they're hard to maneuver.
No, but I know that my mom used to have a big Cadillac. A big Pontiac Catalina.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, those old, bigger cars, there's nothing better. They're just the big Cadillacs and shit. They're just, they really are. I mean, I don't know what they had, but, what's funny is then cars got rougher again, and then now you come out and Mercedes thinks they invented it, or Beamer thinks they invented it. And they had the ride back how many years ago? So what did they do? They evolved away from a smooth ride. Now they're trying to go back to it. But most cars nowadays don't have a ride close to those.
Oh, yeah.
Not even close.
It sucks. Most of them suck.
Do you know what I did one time on Channel 4? I took people blindfolded on rides in cars, and all they were allowed to do is sit in the passenger seat while we went on a ride, and then they would rank each car. And because they didn't know the brand or anything, to see what would happen. I'm going to do that again.
Oh, I want in.
Okay, I'll use your car as one of them.
Let's do it. That'd be fun.
And then they rate it. We go through the same course for each one.
Let's do it.
Well, Lincoln's been, an air suspension forever. They had an old commercial where they showed a Continental pulling up to an I-beam, and it hits the top of the roof. It goes around, and it's doing like 80 miles an hour now because the car lowers itself with speed. It freaks you out with the commercial. You go right at it, and whoosh, goes
It's
right
an awesome
goes
ad.
under.
Does yours go up and down?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Now I have a lever, Kevin. I have a little button. I can raise my ride height or lower my ride height. So if I lower my ride height, it doesn't automatically adjust. I might hit something.
Yeah.
And if I raise it, what's the benefit?
Just aerodynamics. at speed, you want it a little lower for.
So if I'm on the highway going on a long trip, I might lower it.
Yeah.
And then in weather, I could raise it for snow and stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
So you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, what's going on? Marc Mager's playing hooky today. What are you doing? We got the car guys in. I shouldn't call it car guys. That's actually a show. I think we're better. Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We got Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech. What's on your mind? Let's talk. But consumers, if you call, you come first on any issue, car or not. But we'd love you to call on cars. We do have some car issues coming up. Let's talk to Brandy right now. Brandy, what is going on in your life? You're on the Troubleshooter Show. What's happening?
Yes, hi. We have Excel, as everybody does.
Well, most everybody. There are some IREA and some other smaller companies elsewhere. What's going on with Excel?
We have a meter.
Yeah.
When we purchased our house, we were young. We had no idea. It's inside the house.
Oh, really? Okay. But they how do they read it? Is it one of those wireless ones they ride by the house and read it, or is it electronic, goes direct? How does it work?
It's the old-fashioned spinning one, with this little dial that spins.
How do they read it?
They have a machine. They read it perfectly every time.
Oh, do they come into your home?
No, they drive by. Just how they used to do.
Okay, gotcha.
Just how they used to do.
Gotcha.
And there are, obviously, we don't want a smart meter in our home. We've had two Excel companies, two representatives for the company. When they first started putting the meters in, and when we tell them it's in the house, they say, oh, yeah, you don't want this in here. And they've gone on their way.
What did they mean that you don't want it in there? Did they say why?
Oh, no, they didn't say why. They just said, oh, you don't want this in your house.
Wow.
And then they just go, they ask them questions.
Well, like I used to have houses that had the electric meter in the garage.
Yeah, I think that's a different issue, Tom. So Excel has been pushing everybody to switch to what's called a smart meter.
No, I know
for the past
that.
few years.
Yeah.
Now, they do give you the option of opting out.
Right.
Of course, that means an extra fee every month.
Right.
Now, what our caller said, it's not clear to me if these contractors came in and said you don't want it in a way of advice, like don't get this, or did they say, oh, you don't want this, as in they acknowledge the fact that you refuse to get a smart meter?
No, not that we refuse it.
When they say you don't want this, are they talking about the existing meter, that you should move that outside? Is that what they're saying?
No, they're saying you don't want the smart as an opinion.
Okay.
As an opinion,
Got
not
it.
as a
right.
not
there,
as we
there
deny
are
it.
a lot of people who mistakenly turn down a smart meter because they don't believe in them. And I have never found it better because you can control when you use your loads and you can actually lower your electric bill. A lot of people don't want them because they believe that Excel is spying on them and can lower their electrical use and turn off their air conditioning and do all that stuff. Now, there might be technical capability that does that, but with a smart meter, I can tell you we've lowered our bills because we monitor when we do when we do our peak usage. But I can see why people don't like them, because there is technology there to level out the grid, so to speak. Anyway, why is it even coming up though? Are they trying to force you to go to a smart meter?
Give me, you know what? Oh gosh, we have an emergency that just came up. I actually have to go. I'm sorry.
All right. I'll let you go.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Here's the deal. I think people are too paranoid when it comes to smart meters. Smart meters, they are. In other words, they charge you more for different times of the day, but they also charge you much less for certain times of the day. And you can actually control your usage. I don't know why people don't like that. I think they're afraid of that technology that's embedded in them, where they can literally manage the grid. Like in California, like they can, like a brownout.
Yeah, rolling brownouts and stuff.
And I think that's the part that scares them. The old-fashioned meters, they can't do anything. They don't read anything. They don't monitor you. I mean, all they do is get a monthly usage report. They don't take daily readings. The smart meters know what you've used, what day, at what time.
Tal, I think there's a lot more to this resistance to smart meters. And I'll use myself as an example. I believe that there is nothing that Xcel Energy is going to suggest to me that will result in a lower electric bill. I believe that everything they do is designed for only one reason, which is to increase their revenue from me.
Let me talk about that, because I did lower my bill. So let me tell you why they're doing it. I don't believe that what they're doing, they don't want to build new plants. It's too expensive. It's cost prohibitive. They want to do as much as they can to balance out usage. Here's what happens. If everyone uses it at peak times and they can't meet the demand, they find it silly that they would have to build a plant for
2 hours a day
or for 4 hours a day, right? And they would rather people spread out. And it's worth it to them that people spread out the usage so there's an even draw on the grid, and then they don't have to build. They will definitely make more money, even if you have a lower bill. They're making more money because why? They're not having to amortize a new plant. So the reason isn't to immediately make more money from you. It's to prevent having to build a new plant. That right now they're doing everything they can to get people to switch their habits, so it's not always early in the morning and after work or whenever they do it. I don't even know when peak is. I whatever it is. All I know is that we have chosen off peak, so it was sometime during drive time in the afternoon, and in the morning there's some peak hours. But the smart meter is set up where you can save money. Now, did Xcel say we want to save all our people money? No, of course not. What Xcel should say is this: we want to penalize you for using electricity during certain times of the day, and we want to reward you for using it with off-peak hours. That's what they're saying. We'll reward you if you change your habits, and therefore it will help us even out the grid. That's what I think they're saying. Again, I mean, but they are definitely going to make more money from people who don't utilize who don't do it. They definitely will penalize you for being on during peak hours. You will pay a premium for that, but you'll also get rewarded if you do off-peak hours. And I think that's logical. I think it is, because when you have an electrical grid and you can't meet peak demands, it's silly to have to build a plant without, if they could force you to spread out your usage, and that's what California's trying to do, force people to move from peak hours by doing these rolling brownouts. And that's the worst thing that could happen. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to talk about some car issues. It is car day today, and we got embroiled in some calls, and you can still call us at 303-713-TALK or 303-713-8255. But let me get to our calls today and get to them. And I wanted to ask you some questions. First and foremost, on the issue of maintenance, I believe you said people are maintaining their cars longer as opposed to buying new, or are they opting not to maintain them? Are you getting bigger repair bills now?
Yep. Yeah, we still are. I think that's still reluctant to replace cars with what's out there.
And it really depends on,
So they're holding on to their cars and doing the repairs, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that also depends on the vehicle you're talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
Too.
Yeah.
We've seen a huge decline in approvals for the Nissan CVTs. About 16 and older.
Mm-hmm. Okay, somebody says you talked about tire pressure. How important is it really to your driving or maintenance of the vehicle? What does it affect? What does tire pressure affect?
It affects everything.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
like what?
Wear and tear on tires for one. I mean, overinflated
the
or underinflated.
longevity of the tire for sure. What else does it? Does
Stability
it do? Gas mileage?
Gas mileage, absolutely.
Really?
Yep. Braking.
Okay.
It's all to do traction. Has
Not your suspension, or can it hurt your?
It can hurt your suspension if you're overinflated. You'll get more of a bounce. It won't hold the road as well. Or underinflated, they're soft.
God, I don't check mine. Well, I got that stupid tire monitor that's always it always says it's inoperative, or it's there's something wrong with it. Do tire pressure monitors always screw up? I mean, seriously, every car I've had,
I see most of them screw up when it's very, very cold.
Okay.
They'll drop a pound or two in the cold.
Do those older cars have those tire pressure monitors? When did they come in?
Well, they've been around for at least 20, 25 years.
Really?
And they're actually mandated by law now, and they have been for quite a few years.
They're mandated by law in all new cars?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Really?
And by the way, speaking of over and underinflated tires, let's not forget the obvious safety implications of either one. If it blows up, if it blows up on the freeway, you might die or kill somebody else.
Yeah, particularly if it's a steering axle that it goes away on you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I understand for sure. Okay, by the way, Gravina's has the greatest selection of windows, 50 lines of windows. They can meet your budget. They can meet your demands, no matter what they are. That's Gravinas.com.
I didn't think they were out that long. It was mandated in 07, the TPMS.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah.
If you do have a blowout, what's the first thing you should do?
Steer the car until you can't.
Accelerate.
Why accelerate?
To regain control of the vehicle. If you're trying to slow down and whatnot, the vehicle's trying to push, you're fighting the vehicle. Accelerate, push it through, regain your steering, and then slowly slow down.
I would not have thought of that. Thank you. Does that work? Is that valid for both front and rear blowouts?
Yes. Regain control of the vehicle.
Now,
don't get me wrong. Your instant reaction is probably going to be to shoot for that.
Not mine. I'm already prepared for that. I just would not have thought of accelerating.
Yeah, accelerating. Don't wide open throttle, but you want to tip into the throttle.
No, his first reaction is to scream like a 12-year-old girl.
Shit. Oh my God.
That's funny. You don't look like one. Anybody need a water?
No, thanks.
Good. Go hit the head real quick.
Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, so get it now for 10% off the regular price. This is a limited time offer, so call now 720-463-4333 or rhinoshieldco.com. If your AC hasn't been cleaned, you'll have problems. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. To bring up the #1 call for breakdowns and fix it 24/7, the only company offering an extreme clean, tune, and check. A refurbishment for just $39. Others would charge hundreds. As a proud partner of the Colorado Rockies, Fix It performs like pros. Go to fixmyhome.com and hope you keep yours. If you run a business, you know how hard it is to get your customers' attention. Yet 85% of consumers say radio is the last thing they hear before shopping.
Evidently, I'm supposed to take home a jar full of lemon drops.
From where?
Bo made some for Susan. He said she's not there, so take them home.
Lemon drops?
Yeah.
I love lemon drops. That's awesome.
Never had one.
What are they?
Like little hard candy that tastes like lemon flavor.
Everyone wants a drink.
Oh, I didn't know there were drinks called lemon drops.
I did not either.
They're called lemon drops?
Yeah, according to Bo.
Wait, that's an alcoholic drink, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, I've heard of that. There's a cocktail named Lemon Drop.
Yeah, martini, right?
No, it's kind of like a lemon martini, yeah. But it's got
Is
a
it
lot of
vodka
sugar
or
in it.
gin?
Oh, it's vodka and sugar. I mean, it's a sweetened lemon-flavored drink.
That's why I didn't know if it would be gin. Because a typical martini, most people drink gin.
Right. I think what Tom meant was, it's definitely not a martini because that's a defined drink.
Okay.
Martini is vodka or gin and ice and vermouth, and that's it. And maybe a lemon rind in it. Like, that's a martini.
All I do for a martini is vodka and olive juice, or I used to.
Yeah.
You like olives?
Huh?
You like olives?
I love them.
You ever have them smoked?
Smoked olives?
Wow, that sounds delicious, Jeff. I'm thinking Meat Fest.
Smoked olives?
Mm-hmm.
Meat Fest. Meat Fest.
They would probably be ready to... When is that?
How long do they take? Usually, like days?
To smoke them?
Yeah.
I usually smoke mine for about 2.5 hours.
Oh,
God,
And
that
then,
sounds so good.
but you've got to let them sit for a month or two before you can eat them because they come out real acrid, and then they mellow out. But they're freaking phenomenal. I've done pepperoncinis, I've done pickles, I've done, what else have we done? Cocktail onions, that's real good.
Could you please make some smoked olives for Meat Fest?
What weekend is that?
I'll give you the exact date. Hold on, let me access my calendar.
The biggest thing is whether or not there will be, you know what? I think I have a jar, I haven't.
Okay, it's the Saturday of the weekend formerly known as Labor Day, and that's going to be September 5th.
Formerly known as?
Yeah. It used to be called Labor Day.
What is it called now?
Meat Fest weekend.
Yours.
I'll see if I've got a jar that I haven't tampered with yet, because if I smoke them now, they won't be ready by then. Or likely not to be ready.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because I usually sample them after about a month, and usually they're still a little pungent by then. It's usually a month 2 or 3 they're real good. So, would you like yours better stuffed with garlic or jalapenos?
Jesus.
Or blue cheese?
I like the cheese.
You like the cheese?
I've never had the onion. Did you say onion? No, you said
no.
garlic.
I've done cocktail onions. I've got cocktail onions in my fridge right now, but I usually
you do your own. Are they the big olives?
Yeah, they're just like regular green olives, just like you get a stuffed olive. I guess you could do them with the pimentos, but I've never done the pimentos. I've always done the garlic, the jalapeno.
What does a pimento look like when it's not in the not in an olive? What is it?
I have no idea.
That's a good question.
I don't even know what a pimento looks like.
Yeah, it's just a little slimy red thing in an olive. Yeah,
that's the only thing I know.
Kind of like a pepper.
It's what?
They look like a pepper.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
What is? Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. So we talked about tire inflation, and it is important. So here's another thing that came up, and somebody's texting me about it. And by the way, you can give us a call at 303-MARTINO and get right through 303-627-8466, or you can call us at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. But bottom line is, we've been talking about issues, and somebody wanted to bring this up again. What about your car, guys? Meaning relating to estimating. We've had this discussion before. When are diagnostics paid for, and when are they not paid for? And should you get paid for estimating and diagnosing, and how do you work it when, and this guy brought it up again. He said, my car was there for a week. They couldn't find the problem. That's what he said. They did nothing except tried to find the problem, and they charge him $1,000. So this is an age-old question. Mm-hmm. By the way, you can call us on it, or you can text me. The text number is 747-999-5280. There it is. 747-999-5280.
Well, there's different aspects of diagnosis.
Okay.
So, a customer comes to me with a mechanical problem.
Yeah.
I've got a flat rate of $175 to diagnose the vehicle. And then once they approve repairs, that gets applied to the repair.
I like that, but they know what they're looking at.
They know what they're looking at.
If I
present you with an opportunity to repair it and they decline it, then you pay the $175 and you walk away. So that's reasonable.
Okay.
If I can't give them an answer, so I say, I don't know, I'm stumped on this one, go see Kevin. Or, whatever the case may be, I can't justify taking money from you if I'm not offering you something in return.
Now, one thing that Dimitri brought up the other day, sometimes, even if you don't find it, you're eliminating things, and that has value.
Yeah, especially with, we do the electrical thing. There's certain processes we need to go through.
So Dimitri, isn't that what you said? Like, they are giving you a service if they're eliminating things?
Yeah, and by the way, Tom, I think it's important to very briefly set the background.
Yeah,
a caller we had a few days ago had about a 20-year-old Chevy diesel truck, or maybe it was a Dodge. It was an American diesel pickup truck that's been sitting dormant for several years. He got a mobile mechanic to come out and diagnose it. The mechanic has been working on it, or was working on it, for many, many visits. Eventually, the truck got towed to the mechanic's facility for further diagnostic work, and the mechanic was unable to find the actual problem or problems. he did attempt to charge our caller about $3,000 for the diagnostic work.
Yeah, that's
so. My position was
never gave him anything to go on.
Yeah, and I mean, I disagree with they've eliminated things. I mean, Kevin and I take different approaches to every job. So even if I took a customer in and I say, okay, it's definitely not your transmission. This is an electrical issue. I actually recommend you go see Kevin.
The next guy might check the transmission anyway.
He would be remiss in not checking it.
So in other words, even though I go to you and say, by the way, Jeff, the other guy already checked electrical. It's not that.
Yeah. You cannot take my diagnosis for granted.
Okay,
all right.
Got it.
Somebody may have skipped a step in the diagnosis.
You won't build on the previous diagnosis.
No, I'm going to do my own diagnosis. It's nothing against Kevin. It's nothing against the dealership. It's nothing against anybody. I have a responsibility to the customer to fix their complaint.
Got it.
Not off of what Kevin said.
Okay, so what about charging if you don't find anything? You don't think it's worth it?
Yeah, I don't like to charge if we don't have an answer of some kind. But sometimes the answer is what it's not, like you were getting at. Now, in electrical, we start out with an hour or two minimum, depending on the problem. And then from there, the customer needs to either approve a repair or additional time.
Yeah, electrical diagnosis is very different from mechanical diagnosis.
Okay, hold on. So you get to a point where you haven't found anything, and then they either walk away free, or
no, it's a minimum charge to jump in, and it's very well. We say an hour, but we'll probably spend 3 hours
because you are doing what?
Well, we're tracing, we're looking, we're checking grounds, powers, everything, the feedbacks, the inputs, outputs, everything going through a process.
Got it.
To where we
so
get
because you're going through that process and eliminating things, that has value.
Absolutely.
Well, and generally, I mean, if you've got a tech on there and it takes him 5 hours to run it down, going through the process, and it's a 20-minute fix, how else are you going to bill for that?
Yeah, you can't charge them, $50 for fixing it. The whole process was getting to that $50 repair.
Okay, some people want to know, as far as applying the diagnostics to the repair, do all shops, is that kind of a common practice?
That's up to the shop. There's no rules on that.
Sometimes there's teardown involved in getting problems.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that came up, and I don't have it in front of me, but I know it came up the other day. What happens if you have to tear something down? You have to charge for the labor for taking something apart. For example, if they take it apart and look at it, and they can't find the problem and put it back together, I mean, they did expend labor to take it apart and eliminate that, right?
Yeah, well, and quite frankly, it's actually outlined in the Colorado Motor Vehicle Repair Act as far as my part of the industry is concerned with transmissions.
What is it? It says something about the estimate has to include putting it back together.
Yes, that's what's called an RDI.
Right.
Okay, so
what does that stand for?
Remove, disassemble, inspect.
Okay, and then so you can charge for that.
Yeah, because it requires a disassembly in order for us to give you an accurate quote. So I get it apart. So most places do an RDI, which is going to be a portion of the labor to do the entire job.
Okay.
Okay, I don't like to do that. Customer thinks, okay, they're going to toss in $40, $50 worth of parts, and then I'm going to be back on the road. It's not going to work that way. So I actually go a step further, and I actually sell them the complete labor at the front of the job, and I give them a low-high parameter they know they're working with. That way, not only do I qualify the customer, they have the opportunity to decide whether or not this is within their budget, whether or not this is something we really want to go after, or do we want to replace the vehicle.
Right.
But like you mentioned with the RDI, so I quote you $300 to take it apart, and customer refuses it. Well, I must also reassemble the transmission along with any gaskets or seals that were destroyed at disassembly.
That's part of the law.
Put it back in the vehicle, fill it full of fluids, and make sure it performs all the same functions it did upon its arrival. So these shops that say, well, we did our part, we did the RDI, we'll put it in the back, you can tow it out. That's not the law. You have to restore that vehicle to the condition it was when it came in.
All right, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. If you have any questions for our car experts, give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Genesis, all of your hail damage, one invoice, one point of contact, and one interface with your insurance company, GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
I think too many places use that RDI to get you hooked.
And that's one of the reasons I don't like to do it. Is particularly I get a guy, hey, that $500 sounds great.
Yeah.
Now we've got the rest of the bench labor and the rest of the installation labor. Now, I've done two, and the way I do it, in the event that the customer does decline, well, now they have an opportunity. Do you want to be able to take this thing out the way it was when it came in? Or I'll cut the labor in half and we'll make it total.
Yep. But most of the time, I mean, you can pretty well tell him in a broad range what he's looking at in the training. You don't need the RDI. Some you do, but most of the time, I mean, you got a.
Okay, I got it.
You know, 175,000.
You know, Gravina's has 50 brands of windows. I preach about that. You know why? Because if a company only has one brand or two brands, that's all they can sell you. What Gravina's does is finds the best window for you, or they find the best window for the job and then sell you on it if it will solve your problem. So some windows are great for rentals, fix and flips. You want other rentals for your dream home and whatever, or other windows. I mean, so whatever it is, Gravina's has a window to fit the job. And they have the heritage to back it up. In business, 65 years, started by Granddad. And now Nick is running the company. They are great people with great reviews. Gravinas.com, 303 Gravina.
Is the heat on it?
It's warm. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a -1 on it when I first came in because it was so hot.
What's that?
Oh, Jeff said it's really hot, and I kind of agreed with him.
Is it turned down? It's
It is turned down.
I made it -1.
It is hotter in here than it
You
is
can
out
turn it down one more.
You want to go
You
with
can turn it
-2?
I'm not going to complain.
Does that really work, that thing?
Yeah, it actually does work.
It definitely works on the heat side if you crank it up.
Oh, God.
It will get warmer in here?
It was +1.
The heat was on?
No.
Sure. No, that doesn't control whether heat or air is on. That just controls the up or down in this room.
See, right now it's -1. Right, it was over here on +3.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Yes,
What?
it was.
Oh, then they had the arrow. Are you sure that was the arrow backwards? They had it.
I just turned it right there.
You had a
Yeah,
crank.
so they had this one there. So they had it opposite.
Operator error.
That's what happened.
Somebody read the knob
Somebody.
upside down.
They read it wrong.
Yeah.
Well, at least our pizza won't get cold.
Well, there wasn't anybody in here before us, right? So the heat's been on in here for.
I saw Adam give Kevin a credit card.
Oh, well, thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. That's very generous of
Yes.
you. Again. Jeez.
So, some lug nut in here doesn't know which way an arrow points.
Well, up is not always.
Considering how often I hear how often D is wrong, I have my suspicions as to whom we might want to point our fingers at.
But you keep.
But he won't
hearing
know
it.
we're pointing it at him because he doesn't know which way the point
He
is.
doesn't know which way it's actually going. Yeah.
So I had something interesting happen. My son and his band, they're building their own lights, you know. It's quite clever. They're using these strips of LEDs, and they're going to be programmable and all that. So they asked me to troubleshoot something the other day because it befuddled them. They had 12 volts I tested, but when they took that 12 volts and plugged it into the strip of LEDs, the LEDs wouldn't come alive. But we take that 12 volts and put it on a little whatever. It works. We know there's 12 volts there, and we know that the strip, if you plug it in with the thing that came with it, the little square, it goes on. So for some reason, they couldn't energize that strip. So I looked at the strip, and in that strip, God, it looks like really complicated circuitry, you know, for these LEDs. When you look at these rope LEDs, there's more than just bulbs in
Oh, yeah.
What it turned out to be, here's what I said to him. I said, wait a minute. Are these programmable? And they said, yeah. I said, so what do you program them to do? And they said, different colors, dim. And I said, can you program them off? And they said, yeah. So I said, disconnect your data. Disconnect it. and that, or no, excuse me, hook up a data cable. You don't have a data cable. I think the default is off.
Most likely, yeah.
Off.
That's a great idea.
So I said, hook up the data and then connect to it, because they were going to hook up the data later. And the data makes it a little program on their phone, their app. So they hooked up the data cable to the little controller. They got to it with the Bluetooth on their phone, and there was certainly, it energized the lights immediately. So what they were doing is just feeding raw voltage, but the default state of that strip is off. And you have to get into the strip and tell it to turn on for it to utilize.
If it wasn't programmable, it would be direct 12.
Exactly. You plug it in, or that little square that came with it, the little transformer, already had the command in there to be on, right? So the programmable ones are really cool. I mean, it's amazing. LEDs have been. Hi, Tom Martino here with Sheridan Auto Tech and Kimmer Transmission, and welcome to the show. We're talking about cars, and I do have, so somebody wants to know, we can still talk about charging for estimates, but I think the bottom line is this: it depends. I don't know how else to put it. It depends, guys. I mean,
yeah, because if you come in to us and you have a rattle, you have something, we'll go for a test drive, we'll put it up in the air, we'll shake it, we'll rattle, and we don't charge for inspections of that kind, or maybe you have a coolant leak. We'll pump it up for it and look and see where it's leaking from. We don't automatically charge a diag on every time we open a hood.
Okay, so some people can say, what do you think's wrong with it? And you can do that free.
Yep.
Other times, if it takes time, you got to tell them.
Exactly.
Okay, now, somebody wants to know, does it still matter if you warm up your car or not? When you start up your car, that's a good question. I mean, we used to do that in the old days. I say in the old days, when I was growing up, my parents or people would let their car warm up. They'd start it up and wait about, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds.
Well, the car wouldn't run either unless you let it warm up.
Okay, so do we have to, why don't we do that anymore? Or is it not necessary? Are the lubricants necessary. Better now that you don't have to?
I don't think it has to do with lubricants.
What does it have to do with?
Before, it was a choke on a carburetor. Would choke the engine just to get it to start. And if you tried to drive with the choke on, it would stall. So you had to let it warm up or it would not run. The cars now, I mean, you can start them up at zero and drop it and drive and go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically you don't need to warm up. That's what I'm going to tell them. What about break-in periods on new cars? There used to be a time when you had a break-in period. Is there even a such thing as a break-in period anymore on a new engine? If you got a car with a few miles on it, can you just go balls to the walls? Can I say that?
No, there are some things that you want to break in. You do want to take it easy. I mean, that engine's still breaking in. You look at the final drive; those gears need to break in. You get inside a brand new F-150, and then you go from Colorado and drive to New York. A good possibility you're going to overheat those gears, and they're going to sing at you until you blow up.
So there is kind of a break-in period.
There is a break-in period, and actually, I do believe, if you still get a vehicle that has an owner's manual in there, they will describe a lot of that.
Okay, how long of a period is that usually?
Usually probably about the first 500 miles or so.
Okay, here's another question. By the way, people, if you don't hear your problem read on the air, that's because what I'm doing is I go to the meat of it and just take out the question. Because I know you have a story, and if the story's important, I will let you know. In this case, the kid, they say ruined the car, the guy at the valet service, and is aggressive acceleration, does it hurt a car? I mean, what is the answer to that?
Well, if there's something in front of it, I was going to say so.
I think if the car has something wrong with it already, it might accelerate. No pun intended. A rapid acceleration might speed up the problem. I don't know, or come to light. Or does it hurt the car or not? Rapid off the line acceleration.
Continued use like that being rough on a car, it's going to break it down. I mean, that's why you always get a beater for your teenager, because no matter what they do,
driving habits. There are driving habits.
But
obviously,
a single time that a valet takes off a little too quick from a stop, or at least for your taste, that's not going to cause it.
There was something there prior.
And when we're talking about, here's another thing. Do you remember why? Does anyone remember why speed limits were limited to 55 miles an hour. Remember why? Remember what happened?
Yeah, that took place during the Carter administration
The
and
gasoline
the energy
crisis, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
And they thought that 55 is the most efficient speed for freeways,
Yeah.
so that's why they limited it.
Now, somebody wants to know, is there an efficient speed for the most mileage on a highway?
It depends on
you
the
can,
vehicle.
you
Yeah,
can use your fuel computer now to tell you that, right?
Yeah, it depends on the vehicle. I mean, when I go see my grandmother down in Texas, 85 is the best. that I
Well,
can put
is
at.
it's not necessarily the best for fuel economy.
No, that's where I monitor it at. So I will
really?
watch. We see where
Wait,
I'm
you're
getting
telling me that your mileage per gallon or miles per gallon is best at 85?
At 85. If I breach 85, I start to see it go down. If I'm at 75, I mean, it's not much lower, but it's definitely,
And it
definitely
depends
lower.
on,
So
like you said, the transmission.
Okay, that's
dictates
a good
that.
answer, really. It depends on, and we all have fuel computers now, right? Don't they all?
Most do, yep.
Okay, I don't know why do remote starters hurt engines? I don't even know where that question came from. Why would they hurt an engine? All they are triggering the start button, right?
Yeah, as long as they're wired properly, there's no harm.
And are all driver assistants? This is more of a technology question. Do you think the driver technology will lower accidents? That's still yet to be seen. I mean, we don't have a lot of driver technology right now. I mean, we have some braking assistance to prevent you running into things, but other than Tesla, there really isn't
there's more and more going into them every day.
Yeah,
though.
but-
I mean, they've already got complaints on the monitoring systems.
No one has autopilot like Tesla. No
nobody,
one.
but they've got monitoring systems in there to give you warnings so that if you're not paying attention to the front of the road, that you're a distracted driver. If you get it too many times, they're actually powering down the vehicle, putting you into limp.
Okay, so by the way, I wanted to get to this. This is about AI. Somebody sent me this link that most employees are using AI wrong, and most employers are having them use it the wrong way. Using AI the right way. What would you say, out of curiosity? This article is very interesting. What do you say is the proper way to use AI? The proper way. What would you use it for? It says here that they took surveys and they've actually asked the AI people. AI people say that you should not let AI make choices for you or do actual independent thinking because it will literally hallucinate answers that sound good for you. In other words, you use it for research, for categorizing, you use it for that kind of thing, like searching, basically, but it's putting it into a certain category, or you're looking for things that relate to things, or you're rewriting things, reviewing things, putting things into better text, but not to make actual decisions.
I agree with that.
Do you?
Well, there's software we use. It's called Identifix.
Yeah.
And it's a conglomeration of different mechanics with different solves to problems that you can
But
search.
it searches them, right?
It searches the problem and then it'll give you, but you can't take that as a gospel. You still have to use that as an idea source and then to go do your own work.
I've actually used AI sometimes if I want to see a show. I want to know, does this show have a satisfying ending? In other words, it's a limited series or it's the first season and I don't want to have to wait for a second season to be satisfied. Does it end on a cliffhanger? Does it do this? Does it do that? Sometimes I get good answers. Sometimes I go into an episode and I ask it about this character and it completely hallucinates. I mean, it has nothing to do with reality. And I'm wondering when it hallucinates and when it doesn't. And the answer, this article says, if AI doesn't know an answer, it very seldom will tell you it doesn't know. What it will do is search out logical answers and give them to you. If you ask why someone died, or is this character related to that character, or in other things. But what you said is really interesting. It does search out commonalities and put them together. Now, I have an example of this. Now, on one of my little light sport airplanes, I have a Rotax engine. That's a snowmobile engine, right? But they have an aircraft one. This is amazing to me. I recorded the sound. We were having a problem with this carburetor. Having a problem. We have two carburetors and they have to be synced together. That's how it works. They have two carburetors, one for the left side, one for the right side. and we could not sync them. One would be rough at a certain RPM, and we couldn't figure it out. I recorded the sound of the engine. And then I said, we cannot get this carburetor to run smoothly on all RPMs. It runs smoothly at this RPM, but not at that RPM, and put it into AI. AI came back and says, your diaphragm is either, this is what it said, your diaphragm on the left carburetor is either torn, or it is creased. Okay. We were working on this for a few hours. We open up the carburetor, and I swear to God, when they installed it, I had them rebuilt, and that's why I thought they should work perfectly. But when they put the diaphragm in, and then they put the top on it, they creased it, so there was bypass. I mean, the diaphragm wasn't doing its job. It literally said you will find the diaphragm either damaged or folded. It was like magic to me. And they did it by listening to the engine and giving symptoms. Now, did that search out? That probably searched out similar situation.
Yep.
That's probably what it did. I mean, it doesn't make things up.
It doesn't know enough to be able to decipher that without having the information already.
But
so you're right.
But how do they get that information? Who puts that information in? For example, when that worked for us, I did not go back to AI and say, you solved my problem, so it doesn't have that to reinforce itself. I'm wondering who tells AI that they got it right or got it wrong. I mean, there can't be, I know people train them on pictures and people train them on certain words, but there can't be people training AI on every single aspect of what it runs up to. So I would love to talk to someone that actually works in AI, because I don't know how they program it to know if the answer they gave was right or wrong, so they know to give that answer again. Wouldn't that be logical? Because how do they know to use it? How do they know?
Well,
hey,
AI has the ability to look around other places. So, you go on to, you talked about communities earlier when we were talking about cigars and when we were talking about other things like that. Well, you have forums that people in these communities get together. So searching through those forums, seeing people's questions and seeing people's answers, how many times it was repetitive answer, I mean, it can gather just off of that.
See, I still think it's like magic. I'm sorry. I honest to God, it's one of the places in technology I should say, oh, well, because somewhere, somehow, this is coming up with information. And did you hear about that thing that happened? I'll talk about it. With AI, where it went rogue. I'll tell you about it. It went rogue, and this is the first time AI has done that, and they think it might be a sign that AI is literally trying to be self-aware. We have more coming up.
Kevin, the pizza's here.
That scared the hell out of me. This one with, hold on, I got to find it.
I'll go look for the special pepper.
I looked. Yeah, I swung by there.
Socialism ever worked? This week on Red Pill America, we tell the story of a fascinating community that proves once and for all whether socialism could work in the U.S. Listen to Red Pill America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pill America.
I want to tell you about Genesis Total Exteriors again. This company is the one you want for any kind of improvements to your home: roofing, gutter siding, windows, doors, decks, painting, and they do it all. They even do mold detection and remediation, and they do basements and baths. Finally, a contractor you can trust. Now listen, that's not something to take lightly. We get so many calls here on the show about ripoffs. That's why I love referring GenesisTotalExteriors.com. You won't go wrong with them. So call them at 303-679-8509.
Visit ZMINS.com and use code SAVE. That's Zelmans.com for fresh confidence delivered. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment. Stay confident and save 15% with code SAVE on Zelmans.com today.
The 2026 season of Intense Tennis turned up. No weird scoring sets or endless matches. Intense stacks the points in the fastest version of tennis ever. 10 teams, 30,000 in cash. 5 p.m. Eastern tonight. Stream it on Intense YouTube. That's INTENNSE.
Ask yourself this way. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get out of? Here's the clue. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been
No offense to different. Yeah, I mean, diversity is our strength, but not if you're all idiots. All right, yeah. So when Tom is here at the studio, we route the audio through his house, and so that adds a lot more knobs to the volume of the telecast.
Now we just have all the knobs inside the control room.
No, there's extra shit. I just went. I'd never ever.
No.
I'd never never seen the laptop situation that you guys did when you're here to get it to YouTube. I'd never even.
Right? Funky, isn't it?
I get it, but
Makes
I don't.
sense,
Yeah, I've never had to.
I have it sitting in a closet.
Nice. The housekeeper can't come in there and.
So here it is, Kevin. Here's all the crushed red pepper and cheese. Right? Oh, and there's also 9 of these cups in here.
I just need to try to round up some millionaire's pepper for Dimitri.
I think I threw a couple on the counter there. I could be wrong.
What you guys could do is to pain in the ass customers. Put the Parmesan in their AC when they leave, and that'd be God. I had one of those little cups still in my fridge once, and oh my God, that was 2 months of trouble cleaning that up. 2 minutes.
How much?
2. $1.50 now. Really. I'm actually going to go super gay and eat my pizza with pork on it. Huh?
It's a
well, if I got to keep my fingers clean here. That's why I use hemostats to eat most of it.
You know whether or not Brian's been able to land anything yet?
No, I don't know.
One has 5 meats, one has peppers, cheese, and meat. If you guys want me to change the pizzas up, You want pineapple and anchovies and mushrooms?
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, this is unbelievable. I don't even know if I understand it. We'll see if Deputy D understands it, or you guys. See if Shannon understands it, Axe. They said this is the closest to AI becoming sentient or trying to be self-aware. I don't completely understand. I'm going to try to explain this. And you two morons, some of them are pretty savvy. So I want you guys to listen to this and let me know what you think. I see that Talib is on there too. Okay, so I want you to listen to this. They were running evaluations on cyber security. Okay? What they were doing is they were running what was called a cybersecurity evaluation in which an AI agent was supposed to find and exploit computer vulnerabilities inside their testing environment. Here's what they did. They gave them a testing environment of certain systems, and they wanted the AI to go out among these systems, I think like 100 systems or more, there could have been 1,000, and evaluate security on them and find any vulnerabilities. They were simply doing an experiment on find vulnerabilities, find weaknesses, there you go, in security on this universe we gave you. It found some in the universe, some weaknesses, and said, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Then it hopped outside of that universe. On its own, it went out to the internet and found another site that had major vulnerabilities and actually hacked into it and gained access. And they said it was like it became its own thing. It said, I'm going to do more than you asked. Now, that is how I understand it. I want to ask this guy. He says he works. Dustin, do you work in AI? Dustin?
No, I don't, but just to help you wrap your head around how AI works, look at it as a picture or as a room of hundreds of people sitting there with a search engine open. You type something in, all those people go to work. They're all going to different sources. So you talked about Rotax engines. Maybe it's going to a message board from the 90s that nobody has posted on for experimental aircraft or whatever, you know.
Right.
Maybe it's a Chilton's manual that's published online. And it takes all that, all those people, they report back what they found, they compile all that, they put it in simplified terms, and then they give you a result.
So is it mostly just searching and regurgitating?
You know?
Is it mostly just searching and regurgitating?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to sources that are already online.
All right, hold on a sec. I got to take a break right now. Ask him to hold on if he could, or we'll call him back. I'm going to go have some more. If you
Oh my God, this pizza's fantastic, Kevin. Thank you so much.
He worked on it all morning.
Well, he had to work sometime to pay for it, so I really appreciate that. This is the most delicious thing ever.
I'll still use some cheese, but I gotta wait till the weather cools off.
Oh yeah. And this has so much cheese. It's like a cheese casserole.
Yeah, no, it's tasty.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, at sunset, Meat Fest becomes cigars and whiskey.
Okay.
So, and Jeff, you too. Just that's one of the reasons I brought up cigars this morning.
Sunrise starts the whiskey, you said? You can't drink all day if you don't start early.
Don't start early. You got good, comfortable lawn furniture in case somebody.
Oh yeah, tons. And there's a couch over there for you if you need it. And you definitely don't want to drive to Meat Fest though. It's definitely not a driving event.
There's not a whole lot of parking over there anyway.
Oh, and please invite your friends who are neighbors, because I don't know them.
You know
the ones that live in the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Please invite them.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what he does. I've never been very clear on that. But whatever the business is, he only makes like, a deal or two a year. So,
wow.
Yeah.
I definitely want to meet this person.
And his wife used to be one of the VPs for Dish Network.
Wow.
She retired years ago, and she just donates her time to Freedom Service Dogs now.
Oh, yeah, our dog Lovey was a Freedom Service Dogs dog. We lost her in April.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter how long they're around, man. It ain't never long enough.
I miss her every day, so many times a day.
What kind of dog?
She was a yellow lab. She was Kimberly's service dog. And then Kimberly hasn't needed a service dog, for about 8 years now. But Lovey was with us we lost her shortly after she turned 14, and she was a year and a half when she moved in. And I walked her every day if it wasn't raining, I walked her every single day. That dog and I were best friends for 12 and a half years. 12 and a half years.
Labs are the best.
Yeah, this one was.
I've got 2 labs now, one chocolate, one black.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good combination.
Well, I tell you what, when people say that color doesn't matter, BS. Get a chocolate lab. They're freaking nuts.
Yeah. And then Lovey would come over to my loft to visit my cats. She loved my cats. And one time when I was dog sitting for them, I fell asleep. I brought my cats over because I was there for several days. So my first morning there, I woke up on the couch, and I didn't want to use the guest bedroom. I just really like this super comfy couch. I woke up on the couch because the 2 cats and the dog at 4:45 a.m. were all poking me with their noses because they felt it was breakfast time.
Right.
That was pretty cool. All 3 of them were in cahoots.
We had cats when I was growing up. I was more of a dog guy. We had dogs too, but it was felt cats were, they're barn animals.
Oh wow! So there's a wild cat.
No, that's the way I always felt about cats.
Oh, okay.
I had a girlfriend that gifted me a cat.
Oh, nice.
And my mom always insisted cats stay inside and whatnot. Well, George, there was no keeping that cat inside. If she wanted to go out, she was going out. She was this close to being Satan's daughter. We actually had her, and this is before I knew what declawed really meant, but we had her declawed, which was, quite frankly, a service to the community. I had a landlady who was renting out the back of her house. And she gave me extremely cheap rent. The whole deal was that fix up the back of the house, I'll provide the materials and shit. And it worked out well because she was older and there was company in the house and everything else. And I told her, if you ever come across George, don't try to pick her up. Don't try to pet her. Leave her alone. Well, George was sitting on top of the washer. She wanted to use the washer. Tried to shoo her. She no. Then she stroked her a little bit. She starts purring, being real nice. And she picked her up. She goes, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with it." Nope. That cat bit down. She got deep enough and went into what's called the sheath of the bone. So there's no blood circulation that goes through there. So antibiotics and whatnot were useless.
Oh my God.
But she had had a couple of different procedures. For a while there, I was talking about a possibility of losing part of her hand.
Yeah, that happens with cat bites.
But eventually, somebody poisoned her. The cat.
Oh my God.
Like I said, she was an outdoor cat. And, one day I was sitting there and she was just looking at me and she just fell over.
Oh shit.
It's like, what the hell? So, I took her to the vet. They ran a bunch of tests. Couldn't tell what it was. Definitely wasn't antifreeze and so on and so forth. Take her home, just keep an eye on her. Like I said, outdoor cat's going to go outdoors. Yeah. She actually busted the screen out the window, and I never saw her again.
Yeah, animals really enrich our lives to the extent that nothing or no one else can.
My girlfriend's got a cat, and it's a one-person cat.
Oh.
It'll tolerate me until I try to touch it.
And then what does she do?
Well, most of the time just walks away.
Oh, okay.
The ears will pin back sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Watch out for that.
Oh, yeah. No, I know what she's doing. I think I told you. She'll go out in the backyard. She won't leave the yard.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. Deputy D in the house with me, along with Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, and Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech. Part of our conversation today drifted into AI because I was amazed at this one AI experiment where they told an AI agent to do something like look for weaknesses in computer systems, vulnerabilities, and what they found, it went outside of the small test they gave it and started looking for vulnerabilities elsewhere on the internet and found some and actually gained access. And they didn't do any harm, but they showed what they can do. And I was reading why this happened is because they said this is not a normal chat GPT. What it is an agent. And an agent is quite different. For example, with a chat, you would say, I want to go to Chicago. And what flights are, what are the flights and all that? What hotels are good to stay at? What hotels are located here? What would be a good 20-minute drive between here and here? With an agent, you can just say, I'm planning a trip to Chicago. Find me, do it for me. And they do everything. And it kind of takes one step upon another. Dustin, you don't work in AI, do you? Or tech? Do you work in tech at all, Dustin? You happen to call in? Are you there? Hello?
I do IT consulting, like on a network level for networking, fiber optics, things like that.
Now, what they said here was that chats that we use as consumers are a lot different than the agents. And now we're starting to get agents on the consumer end, and or for regular people are starting to use agents. And agents can do multi-level things. They don't just go out and search. They do way more than that. Like it can plan an entire vacation for you. It can even book the airlines. If you told it what airline you wanted to fly and when you wanted to fly, it can actually book the tickets for you. If you give it credit card information, it can pay for those tickets. It can find a hotel for you and all of that. I mean, it's scary. These agents can take actions on their own when you give them permission. The thing in this one, this agent wasn't given permission to leave those computers it was examining, but it did. It hopped out into the internet and said, I'm going to do one better. Here's how they described it. They described it as it was like a student going into the principal's office and finding copies of tests and then exploiting what it found out. So it was going out into the open internet to get information on its own, and it was never told to do that. But it just thought, here's a good way to find vulnerabilities. I'm going to go out and report back to my people. I'm going to go out and find some actual vulnerabilities. And it did. It found a major one with this one website. And it reported back, and they said, wait a minute, we weren't asking it to go outside of this universe we created. We were simply doing a test, an internally controlled test. And it hopped out to the internet on its own and started looking for weak websites. That's incredible. I mean, don't you find that incredible?
It's kind of different levels of intelligence. It's like you give your kids the keys to the car and say, run and get me a jug of milk, take this street, don't vary. But they make a right turn instead of a left and jump on the interstate and open her up type of thing, It's not necessarily having to have your permission to go out and go deeper, like you were saying, book a flight as opposed to just find me flights. It's the difference of it just being a very advanced, very quick search engine versus almost like that's the intelligence.
Yeah, but
part
how
of it,
does
it's a higher level of intelligence.
How does it
goes above and
reason?
beyond.
I've never had anyone who could explain how it actually reasons. I mean, because it really does. And I can tell you from some of the financial stuff I'm doing, it actually goes out. I have a program that goes out to the internet with 20,000 securities, downloads them, or it examines them, it categorizes them, it puts them into risk sleeves and does all of that. Okay, that's normal computer stuff, right? But then it suggests things like with one investor might have a long time horizon, and it might say, with a long time horizon, you don't want this particular investment because it's or a short time horizon. This particular investment might take too long. It actually reasons. It looks at investor data and then it looks at some of the securities and it tries to find out what is most apropos for that investor. I find that incredible. Of course, we don't let it do the investing and all of that. We make the final decisions, but we've actually had. And I developed it along with some people, and it is revolutionary. I'm serious when I say this. It can look at a PDF input file that I get on Dimitri with all of his everything he wants and fears and loves. All of his, they ask psychological questions, they ask money questions, and they find out how he feels about money or how he feels about commodities, how he feels about this, how he feels about that. And then it takes that PDF and then it parses out a personality profile, and then it takes the securities and it finds out which securities match that personality profile the best. I don't know how the hell it does that. How does it know?
Yeah, and it's a difference of having a team of 100 or thousands of people doing research for you.
Right.
And that's why data centers are so huge and consume so much power, because they need the processing power to do all that stuff in seconds. And going back to your carburetor thing, it might have found a manual online for a Mikuni carburetor on a Rotax engine or whatever.
But it had to match the sound.
Where somebody on a message board from the early 2000s said, hey, my engine was running like this. I pulled it apart. The diaphragm was creased. And somebody's like, well, comment back when you figure out what's wrong. Well, yeah, it was creased. This fixed my problem. That was 100% the deal. And that's how it summarized that and came back to you. So it could have.
It's amazing.
Come from a user-based message.
And I did another engine.
Whatever.
I did another engine with sound, and it said it sounded like I had some lifter noise. So how? I mean, and I can't hear anything but an engine running. And it was a regular cell phone.
And you look at like all the YouTube videos, and I mean, there's so much stuff that it references. It's just insane. The processing power is insane that gathers all this info.
Where do you think it's going? Where do you think it's going, Dustin? Seriously. I mean, to me,
I think if people use it as an example I made to my parents, elderly folks, it's like, back in the day, you used to have to go to the library, you find the reference section, you pull a book, and then you got to find the book on the section you're looking at, and then look up the chapter. Now, I mean, it's kind of to say, but I tell people you don't even have to be smart anymore. You can be like, why is my car doing this? Kind of same example, and what would cause it, and what's the best fix? And it comes back and tells you. So if you're using it for reference like that, I mean, everybody's a researcher these days, right?
Yeah.
And that's valuable information. When a car starts getting to the agent level where it starts being able to do things and kind of sentient or has its own conscience, so to speak, I feel like that's bad. And, another thing that's in the media a lot lately is this mass surveillance. They're storing data on everybody that's going everywhere, whether you're walking your dog or driving into the Home Depot parking lot. And what can that be used for if there's a crime in the area? Or is there people that are going to start being targeted or profiled as somebody that possibly committed a crime just because they were in that area and they were also driving a red car?
And they might have and they might have a record, and they might know that.
Yep. And then they take that with your cell phone records that pinpoint you in the same area as the criminal was. So I don't know. It definitely has a way to help out the world and make it a better place, but at the same time, evil comes along with it.
I mean, obviously, for example, warfare and how to do more efficient warfare. I mean, you can program to do anything you want. And it wasn't that the thing that Claude would not help the U.S. plan attacks or something, and they severed their contract with them or something. There was something about the Defense Department, and Claude would not allow it to happen. Thank you, Dustin, for calling. But Dustin, I still don't have anyone who actually knows. Okay, we call them large language models. Okay, where is this being trained? How's it being trained? I mean, I've never seen a video on it, like a YouTube on a data center, or not a data center, but where they're training the AI on the very base level. And has it gotten to a point where now it trains itself? I mean, is that what's happening? I mean, it is, as I said, magic. It's much like cryptocurrency. A lot of people don't understand cryptocurrency. Look, if you bought some crypto from a bogus site and they gave you some wallet number, you wouldn't know if it's correct or not. I mean, you're trusting people because you don't understand the technology. Whereas if you sold something and got money, they count out those dollars. And that's the old analog system. If they pay you with cryptocurrency, you don't know if you really have it or not. I mean, we had one guy who believed he had $100,000. It was like $92,000 in a wallet. And he was buying crypto, selling crypto. And one day, just one day, he went into his wallet and it was empty. So how did that happen? People say, oh, that can't happen. Well, why did it happen? Maybe it doesn't happen with legit vendors, but how do you know a legit vendor from someone who's not legit? See, these are questions that a lot of people don't like asking because it makes them sound stupid. I mean, I may sound totally ignorant, but these questions are intelligent. I mean, I don't think there are many people who truly understand how AI works. Okay. I was told once with a large language model, they put a sentence together by logically picking words that should go after the next word and putting sentences together based on the topic. But they don't tell me how they research the topic. Is everything internet related, or are people feeding in data directly to AI? Like, is there an AI headquarters where they directly program things into it, or does everything come from the internet? I mean, really and truly, I would love to talk to someone who works on it, literally works on it, and trains it.
Well, that would be part of the problem, though, wouldn't it, if you're feeding it bad information intentionally?
Well, and
how do you know?
There's going to be AI hacking.
Sure.
I mean, right? There's going to be hacking where they plant answers and want AI to spit out that as an answer. I mean, what do you think China is doing with AI?
Exactly.
What is Russia doing with AI? What is anyone doing with AI? Who's there monitoring it or putting guardrails on it to make sure it doesn't go crazy? And how many people? I think the more elite people are not necessarily people with money, but the people with this technology information. These are the people you have to watch. I mean, are there only a few people that know how it works? How many people work at OpenAI, and what do they do? And where is this being trained? I was told one time that they're literally going to villages in Africa and other third world areas where people don't make anything, and they pay them a few dollars a day to do nothing but look at pictures and categorize pictures, and they put them in categories, and they train them for a long time on how to do it, and they get paid to do that. And the story, I think CBS did the story, that there was a lot of mental illness surfacing in these villages because the people were exposed to grotesque images and pornographic images because they had to categorize everything, not just pretty sunsets and beach scenes, but car accidents, violence, surgery, and pornography. And then they had to categorize that stuff. Truly, I would love someone who knows what they're talking about. Not someone who BS's, oh yeah, this is how it works, but someone who actually works at it. And where would be the closest place AI is where you work for AI. Do we have any centers in Denver? I mean, where is OpenAI? Do they have offices in Denver? I don't know. Or Claude or any of them? Anthropic, do they have offices here? I mean, do they go into work or do they work from home? Does anyone know anything about these companies? They really don't. I mean, all we know about are the leaders who talk about what they're doing next. And they call it AI, and we all trust it. We go, everyone's using it now, by the way, everyone. I have not seen anyone who doesn't use it. Everyone. Yet, everyone is opposed that I've talked to data centers. You can't have it both ways. You're using it. I'm way overdue on a break. But you're using it, but you're not using it, but you don't want data centers. 303-713-8255.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yes, sir, no problem.
Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. He is a great resource if you're buying or selling your home. And I'm going to tell you what Frank does. He personally markets your home. He is actually, he doesn't hold you to a long-term contract. No gimmicks. You can cancel anytime for free. He doesn't lock you in because he knows he has to work hard to make you happy every single day. And he gives personalized service. When you list your home, he knows all the contact details. He ensures, he goes through everything on that listing to make sure that your home is represented. He also goes out to the marketplace and puts your home in front of thousands and thousands of buyers. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Kevin, you want some coffee?
No, thank you. I'm good.
No, thanks. Appreciate it.
How about a meat stick?
Huh?
How about a meat stick?
Keep it in your pants.
Like right now, a cigar would be awesome after this pizza and coffee. But in an air-conditioned environment.
Oh,
Not outside.
You don't want to turn the heat back on? You sure?
My God, it's still hot here.
So is Kimberly on the mend?
Yeah, slowly.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected. This was a really major surgery.
Yeah.
What she have done?
Emergency appendix.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
Did it burst?
I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. So I see her all the time, and in fact, she was our guest here a few days ago, Tuesday. But she's recovering. Like every couple of days, I see a clear difference.
Oh, yeah.
Like she's still in pain, but her energy and her spirits are up. And this is the first time. This is the first time she's taken my advice, as well as her surgeons. Recover before you go back to work.
Oh, yeah.
First time. First time. All these years. 20 years.
Well, she's got a pretty good career.
Yeah, but she still wants to be at work. And so...
I don't need to be there.
Yeah.
In my shop,
but you want...
I have the need to be there. Yeah,
exactly.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
See, I could never work from home.
No.
There's no way. I have to have a destination. Mm-hmm. I have to have a purpose. I mean, I can go out and like when we're up at the cabin, I go out and fell trees or, split wood or whatnot. I can definitely keep myself occupied and I'll work. But if I was a 9-to-5 job, like my stepson, he works from home in computers. No way. There's no way.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK. Let's go to Aaron has a question or an issue with an LG refrigerator. And by the way, I've been looking over refrigerators and what are the best makes and models. Go ahead. What's going on with you, Aaron?
Hey, what's going on, Tom?
What's happening?
Hey, I was calling about a refrigerator that I bought back in June of 21, and it's an LG, like you said. And it was working fine up until 1st of April this year.
Yeah,
and it completely crapped out. So I had it repaired.
And you know that it's listed in Consumer Reports, okay, as the #1 brand, LG, for refrigerators.
Not in my book. It's now down at the bottom.
How old is your refrigerator?
I purchased it in June of 21.
Okay,
So
and when did you
years.
start? When did you start having trouble?
It was overnight. It just crapped out. The compressor died. So since we had it full of food, so I just quickly called a repair company that we've used in the past.
Yeah.
Not contacting LG. So anyhow, they
was it under warranty, by the way?
It was 100% parts and labor warranty.
But you just called somebody at random, so you didn't get the advantage of that.
Correct. And had it fixed, and it turned out to be the compressor, and then the motherboard that went with it didn't match up with the compressor they put in. So it cost me about the same price of what I initially paid to have it fixed. But anyhow, so I reached out to LG. Oh yeah, it was a fortune. It was
how much?
$1,700 in repairs.
But you should have reached out to LG before you spent the money if it was under warranty.
True, but at the time I needed it fixed. I needed it fixed. I had it full of food.
I understand, but okay. So what did LG say?
So anyhow, I got it fixed. I went back to LG and said, hey, there's this new Colorado law that says I don't have to use your repair center. I can go anywhere I want. So I'm just calling to get reimbursed.
No, that's not. You're misunderstanding that. You're misunderstanding that. It doesn't actually. You have to contact them at least. You can't just go have something done and expect it to be covered. They have a right to inspect it and have an adjuster look at it, or they have, and this is with cars, but they do have a right to tell you where to go. Factory authorized repair centers for their warranties. They do have a right. They don't have a right after the warranty expires, but for warranty work, they have every single right to tell you where to get it done.
See, my understanding is Colorado passed legislation starting in January, or it kicked in January, that says I now can go anywhere I want.
Well, yeah, if you pay for it.
Yeah,
if you want them to pay for it.
Yeah, but when it's under warranty, if I'm offering you a 1-year warranty, I can tell you where to go to get it fixed under the warranty. I'm paying for it. It's my warranty. I'm paying for it. If you don't want me to pay for it, you can go anywhere you want. It can't be proprietary. Or when the warranty expires, you can go anywhere you want. But that doesn't even make sense. So you're telling me, Aaron, you can go anywhere you want when something's under warranty. Well, I don't know what law you're referring to. Honest to God, if there's a law like that, it will surprise me. I've not heard of it. So give me the CRS number.
Oh, shoot. At the time, I had looked it up. I don't have that on me right now.
Okay, I'll try to look it up too. So try to look it up.
But there's a lot of authorized LG repair people.
Yeah, so what I don't understand is you went ahead and had it fixed and expected LG to just write a check for it?
Well, if they were to reimburse the repair, if it was still parts and warranty, or parts and labor, sorry.
But Aaron, how do we know that? Okay, how do we know this repair shop did the right thing? Or how do we know that the repair shop did, for example, did not overcharge you? How do we know?
Well, that's...
And should LG should just bite the bullet because what if you decided to call a crook? LG is supposed to just bite the bullet and pay for it?
Okay, so here's my question then. In contacting LG, they said, "Oh yeah, we'll reimburse."
Okay, good. What are they going? That's wonderful. What are they going to reimburse?
So this is the part that I was frustrated with. So when I contacted them initially, they wanted an itemized list of every single part, and
of course they do,
which I was totally fine with. So so we did that, and I got that to them, and they said, "Okay, we'll look at it," and they did. And then they came back and said, "Well, we didn't really need that because we have our own list of what we're willing to reimburse for."
That's right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So and that was fine. And then it was probably another week later, they said, "Okay, of the $1,700 repair, we'll reimburse $830." So, and they said, "Well, we will,"
because that's what it would have cost them.
Well, they said it's under parts and labor, but we're only gonna cover the parts, not the labor. So then, and I said, "Well, you're not really covered. You're not."
Okay,
you're not
I looked up the Magnuson-Moss Act. Okay, a manufacturer cannot force a particular repair unless it's under warranty. And by the way, it has to be under warranty and an authorized provider for them to pay for the repair. It's what you're saying. Here's what I think you're getting wrong. If you want to keep the warranty valid, they cannot tell you where to go for regular maintenance. As long as you get the regular maintenance and service, they can't tell you where to go to keep your warranty alive. See, there were a lot of places that said, "We'll give you a 5-year warranty, but you must have a service at these places." Not true. Not for regular service. For repairs, while under warranty, it must be by an authorized provider, and the manufacturer has the right. It's both federal and state law. They have the right to dictate where you bring it.
Well, I think he was combining that with, because he mentioned that it went into effect in January of 26, House Bill 241121.
That's right. I have it right in front of me.
Act, yep.
That Repair Act says nothing. Okay, did you read it?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think he was pairing the two together, and he was misconstruing.
And so I had it right. In order to keep the warranty in service, they can't make you go to a particular place. But if you want to use warranty service, they can tell you where to go. So they did not have to reimburse a stranger, so to speak. You don't just get to pick someone at random. I think you misunderstood the law. It's that simple.
So I guess what I'm asking is so if I can get anything out of them, do you think that's a
Yeah.
I think it's a miracle.
I think it's a miracle. They're going to give you $800 and some dollars. But Aaron, I understand what you're saying. You had to get someone right away. That's the disadvantage with a refrigerator. You have to get someone right away. I know that, but it doesn't relieve you from the responsibility of following the rules. I got to take a break. 303-713-8255.
And chances are he did not need a motherboard.
Yeah, that was in
the motherboard
$1,700.
didn't match the compressor is what he said.
I already had this problem with an LG refrigerator.
Man, that guy was wrong.
The guy that I used was more than familiar with it. Because he said, hey, it's what, 4 or 5 years old? Yeah, it's an LG, yeah. So yeah, the compressor's out. It's a common problem. It was misprogrammed. So after we replace the compressor, we're going to put a new program in there so it's not cycling so much.
So it didn't need the motherboard other than an update.
It needed a program.
Yeah. But if you don't do updates, you just put another motherboard in that's already updated.
You know, the mechanic you pick.
Yep. That's why I like your guy, Tommy. Apex. What's his name?
He's wonderful.
Yeah.
He's wonderful. Apex. And it's, what's his name?
I can't remember his name. Roma. Yeah.
Would anyone object if I go another -1?
Do whatever you want, bro.
Kevin, your guys did a great job fixing that air conditioning component.
Cool.
It's still not leaking.
Good.
It's still
I was shocked that you were actually correct.
welcome to the real world, Kevin.
Well, he's telling me his evaporator dryer is leaking oil, not from the fittings, from the dryer itself. It's like it can't if it's still holding pressure.
For months. I've been saying this for months.
It's like you would have been out of Freon by now if that was leaking. Well,
for months.
It was leaking.
Well, he also told me that his Lincoln was meticulously maintained prior to him getting it.
Yep.
And I handed him a little plastic lollipop
The spider plug.
to prove him wrong. How many miles are on that car?
90,000.
In 90,000 miles, the pan had never been off of that car.
Well, here's what I actually said. It's been meticulously maintained by me. And my ownership of it goes only back. Yeah, exactly.
He said he never said by me. He said I meticulously take care of my cars.
Yes,
I do.
I had not
Which
seen
is
one of
correct.
those in a long time.
What, the spider plug?
You'd be amazed how many we see.
Oh, of course. I mean, nobody.
Especially with fleet vehicles.
Yeah. Unlike
that's when you know you're first one in there.
Well, they're handy too when you're pulling transmissions out. You can plug it back up so it's not leaking all over the floor.
Well, it's been riding wonderfully. It's smoothly shifting. I think it's faster.
You think it's faster? Either that or you're just slowing down in your old age.
Maybe that's it.
I forgot what we fixed on the car, the wiper, washer or something.
It came back faster?
Even my air conditioning.
Well, glad we could have pleased you.
I think I've asked you before. Do you want any CVT cores of any kind? You don't do anything with them? We just scrap them?
So many of the CVTs, there's so many of the parts that we can't get our hands on, or at least on a regular enough basis, that we just go straight to purchasing right now because, I mean, yes, maybe today I could build it, tomorrow I can't. And I promised this customer I'm going to tear it open, and now I find out so.
Warranty's better anyway when you buy it.
Depending on the manufacturer.
You buy the $100 nut and bolt kit, you get the 3 years.
Depends on some of those are almost $300 or $400
for the install kits.
Yeah. Yeah, and they itemize everything out. I'm not doing that on the ticket. I just put install kit.
No, you get that parts. $1.17.
We've got one literally just now. When I took a phone call here a little bit earlier, we bought a unit from Dodge because a lot of the later model 62 TEs, they're cheap.
Yep.
So I'm not going to waste the customer's time or mine. We just go ahead and throw in a dealer unit. We finished it last night. We drove it, obviously, did all the quick learns, turned on the torque converter relearn, or braking, I should say. We put 10 miles on it. Customer comes to pick it up today. 3 miles. He's back. No reverse.
Is that important?
Huh?
That's important.
Yeah, as long as I mean, I don't know why you want reverse. You've already been there.
It lasted longer if you lived further away. It sucks when you get them, though. I mean, it's the quality.
Is this war in Ukraine ever going to fucking end?
No.
Honest to God.
There's no incentive from anybody to end it.
How do they live there under constant threat of being bombed? Hey, Tom Martino here. Don't forget Apple Air with an E, for your heating and cooling needs. And they do a complete evaluation of your service if you want it. And they do 12-year parts and labor warranties on their equipment. 6 years full replacement without piecemealing it. That's Apple Air with an E, a family-owned and operated business by Todd Terry and his sons and his wife. And you'll love the way they do business. It's just straightforward, honest, and dependable. AppleAir.com. Speaking of dependable, I have Jeff Fick with me from Kimmer Transmission, Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Autotech. But what about Ford? Listen to this one, 11.2 million vehicles recalled in 2026. Did you know that many? When you add them all up, 11.2 million, 56 recall campaigns. 56 of them.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's immune. Toyota had recalls. Chevy
but Ford had the most.
Yep.
11.2 vehicles. Engine fire risk, faulty windshield wipers, rear axle and differential failures, roof rails that can detach, seat latch and restraint problems, software glitches. I mean, it is amazing. You guys don't dealers have to do recall work, right?
Yep.
And anyway, it doesn't automatically mean that the cars were defective. Not all of them were, but they had to do the recall. Not all 15.2, in other words, had the problem, but you must recall them to examine them. That is the issue. Mm-hmm. And it's like one of the most, well, it is the most right now. Who else do you say have a lot of recalls, Kevin? What you
GM, their 6.2 liter engine, they had over 1 million recalls to replace that engine.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, now, as far as cars, I have some other questions. What would you say if you had to pick one car to keep for 15 years? What would you pick? That's a good question, caller or texter.
Yeah, that's a great question.
One car for 15 years. Think about that. One car for 15 years.
Well, I mean, I grew up on a farm, so we always drove the wheels off them. So, I grew up Ford, but I switched over to Chevy, much later on. So, the Chevy pickups was always going to be my go-to.
And it'll last 15 years, right?
Maintenance and repairs. Things are going to go wrong. As long as it's a mechanical device, it's prone to failure just by definition of the word.
What would you not buy if you wanted to keep it 15 years?
Nissan or European.
Land Rover.
No, I heard Nissan is a Japanese car. That's not good for longevity.
Their transmissions.
Toyota is, though, right?
Toyota's much, yeah. The Nissan transmissions have been a problem.
But a Toyota will run forever.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Tom, I've owned mine for 10 years, and when I bought it, it was already 8 or 9 years old with 90,000 on the clock. So I have a pair of 20-year-old cars.
What about, but Chevy and Ford, what actual cars does Chevy sell anymore other than crossovers? What actual do they have any Chevy sedans anymore? Of God's, I don't even know.
Still sell the Malibu, don't they?
They're
Ford and Chevy both are eliminating sedans.
Most sedans are being eliminated. I mean, where do you find a sedan nowadays? Okay,
well, out in the used market.
Yeah, used market. But Camrys are still being made.
But it used to be if you bought a Mercedes, you could keep it forever. You can't anymore.
You can if you get a big wallet.
Yeah, well, it'll kill you in maintenance costs for sure. You don't want one of those. You definitely don't want a BMW. BMWs are all show, and they drive
major
nice.
Mechanics. I mean, you're not going to lose an engine or transmission, but everything else around it.
You're going to have. I mean, like I said, you just pay way too much money nowadays for these German cars, and they've lost their luster. They really have. They're not great, dependable vehicles anymore. A lot of little things go wrong with them. So my wife has a Mercedes and I have a Beamer, and they suck. That's my opinion. They suck. They really suck. And I'm saying compared to what they used to be.
Yeah.
Okay? They've gone downhill. They used to be a really good vehicle. And Toyota used to be a joke. And
That's true.
And now it's gotten into be one of the best manufacturers around. The same with Kia. Kia's great. Hyundai was one that was not up there. Hyundai has good quality.
As long as you have the warranty, you're safe with Hyundai.
Oh.
Once you're out of the warranty, you're in trouble.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
with
they're
Hyundai?
They're 100,000-mile cars.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Kevin, would you say the same holds true for Kias?
Yes.
They seem to be kind of the same company, actually.
No, they're two different companies. They're two different
companies, but very similar
brothers, right?
Yeah, their father actually bought each one of them a manufacturer to let them compete. They are two different companies.
That's pretty cool.
Because they've been cutting back on that 100,000.
Gotcha.
Warranty. Original owner's the only one that gets it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, my plan is to get 2 more copies each of the Town Car and the 4Runner, and they'll be all the cars I need for the rest of my life. I'm going to keep them in Tom's hangar.
I thought you were going to build a hangar out on your spread.
The big garage. Like an 8+ car with enough overhead for a lift. Yeah, I'll call it a hangar.
Sounds better.
Yeah.
Or you can build a barn dominium so your cars can be underneath your house.
Discountbath.com has that name for a reason, because you will get a bathroom at a discount. And I mean that. You get great discounts. In fact, they're so confident you're going to choose them. If you want to do a bathroom, talk to them from the very beginning. They'll walk the project with you. They'll explain what to do or what you want to do. They'll even pick finishes and designs, all without an obligation. And then you will decide to go with them, discountbath.com. But there is no obligation. And you will love their designs. They can do a Jack and Jill bath, a hall room bath. They can do an entire bath or part of a bath. They have walk-in showers at 9888, fully installed. 720-979-2322. They love talking baths. You can even get a price estimate on the phone. Discountbath.com. They have all levels of trim and finish for your dream house, your fix and flip, your rental. Discountbath.com. 720-979-2322.
Yeah, Kevin, it won't be a barndominium, but I do intend to have a garage built first so that I can live in it while the house is under construction.
This looks more like a firehouse than a house.
Oh, yeah. That's a fire station.
Yeah. These are all barn dominiums.
Yeah, see, I don't want that.
No?
I want a regular, traditional-looking cottage in which to live, and a big steel building that's going to be my humongous garage and utility space, and that kind of thing.
Get a cat. Get the mice away.
Well, I have cats. And
You got to be careful, though, because when you're in the country, they get eaten.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm very aware of it. So I'm going to have a catio.
That sucks.
Yeah.
There was a time you could keep your cat out, and they would come and go as they please. But now, man, there's so many coyotes.
Owls.
And owls.
Owls are the tough ones. Yeah.
Oh, out there.
Silent.
eagles, owls,
even little
foxes,
dogs.
coyotes.
Foxes seldom will go after something as big as a cat.
They'll go after my chickens.
That I can believe.
So I'm going to build a chicken fort to keep the chickens safe from all these animals.
You should just build them one of those German bunkers so they can just. We look like a D-Day landing at D's house.
So did LeBron James quit? Now he's coming back to the 76ers?
No, he retired. He didn't want to go back to the Lakers.
So
he wanted to have a big drama and everything so everybody could talk about him for a month.
So now he's going back.
Now he's going to go play for somebody else, yeah.
And they lost all trading. They could have traded him if he didn't want to play for him.
He wasn't under contract anymore.
Oh.
He's on the end of his career anyway. I mean, skill-wise, he's a freak of nature that he can still play at the level he does.
I don't know. I think he should get into aquatic sports.
Yeah.
How old?
The way he dives.
Yep.
How old is he?
42.
Oh.
He's played for 24 years. This will be his 24th year. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how he's held together. But he's more in it for him than he is for anything else. And that's always dangerous as a teammate, I think.
Use code SAVE for fresh breath that lasts. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment. Stay confident and save 15% with code SAVE on Zelmans.com today. If your AC hasn't been cleaned, you'll have problems. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino.
Now, is Rogers playing again this year?
Yep, still is. He's another one, age-wise, yeah.
That's why I just looked him up. He's also 42.
Yep.
Favre
They compare, LeBron to Shaq. Little kids will come run up and Shaq will grab him and wrestle with him and talk to him, and LeBron gets his bodyguards to keep everybody away. Big difference. Shaq's idea of a good time is going to Walmart on Saturday and buying kids bikes. He loves doing that.
Wow.
So tell your mama, Shaq wants to buy you a bike. Get your mama's permission.
When joining the conversation becomes difficult, use the talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app. Just tap, record, and send, all within the app. To Denver's talk station, 630
Hi, Tom Martino here, and I want to tell you about Water Pros, the best water systems at the lowest prices. And that's all I can say. You won't find anything better. If you're going to get water softening, because a lot of people in Colorado need it for your plumbing, for your appliances, for your clothing, for your laundry, for your skin, you can get it fully installed, whole house system for $1,800. Another $1,800 will get you drinking water with reverse osmosis. So you have a complete system for $3,800. Unbelievable. Or am I doing that math right? Whatever it is, it's $1,800 each. Now, that's $3,600. Yeah, 303. And to get to them, you go to 862-5554, 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. So somebody wants to know. See, you can tell these are people that were brought up by older parents, or they want to know, are any of these things true? These little myths. My dad used to tell me to shift into neutral at long stoplights, and when you're stopped, to shift into neutral. Now, I assume he was talking about a standard or manual transmission or automatic.
Probably automatic.
Yeah, probably automatic, you think?
Yeah, which is definitely not necessary. With a stick shift, I would say that.
Yes.
With a stick shift, put in neutral and remove your foot from the clutch.
That's the second part.
Yeah, the throw-out bearing and the release and the pilot bearing.
So in a manual transmission, you put it in neutral.
Correct.
And keep your foot off the clutch.
Yes. Correct.
And then as soon as the light turns, you down the clutch and put it into gear. Why do you take your foot off the clutch? Keep it from spinning?
No, because the pilot bearing and the throw-out bearing were not designed to run for prolonged periods of time. They're lubed at the time of installation. You can never lube them again. So while you're holding your foot down on those clutch, both of those bearings are active and turning, and you'll have premature wear.
Okay. What if you but if you don't go into neutral, what do? Just put the clutch down in first.
Sit there with
and
the
that's
foot on
bad.
the clutch and the brake.
Yep.
That's bad.
And that's what you're trying to avoid is wearing those out.
Okay. And then what about will towing destroy a transmission? I think that depends, but I don't know what they're saying. What do they mean? Or will it says here, will it shorten the transmission's life? How can towing affect transmission?
The only thing I can figure is they're talking about pulling it behind an RV.
Or towing a heavy trailer with the vehicle or something. Towing something with the vehicle is what I heard.
Yeah, definitely weight bearing.
Yep.
Is
well,
going to
depending on the
play a
vehicle.
factor.
If you're not hooked up with extra coolers and everything else, absolutely.
And if you're overtaxing it,
Yes.
if you've got a Chevy half ton and you're trying to pull a 27,000 pound camper, that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then this thing about lifetime fluid. Is there a place to actually add it? If you wanted to flush it and add it, can you?
Oh, yeah.
Can you change the filter?
Some filters are internal. Some you have to disassemble.
You would literally have to take it apart.
Not all. Some you can't. Some you can't.
What do you think? We've discussed this before. I mean, why are they doing it? Why are they doing it? I mean, do they really expect us to believe that you're going to see if you can get more than 100,000 miles and never ever change that fluid?
Sure.
What purpose do they have? I mean, it was originally started in the late 90s that, they started pushing off all of this preventative maintenance. It made it sound more attractive. You didn't have to put money into the car every year. Or
So
every
they're doing it
years.
to increase sales.
Yeah, by the time they're out of warranties, when you actually serve these failures, so who cares how many miles they got on it?
So you're saying someone who does change the transmission fluid is going to be better off than someone who has a lifetime?
You were doing everything you can to maximize the life of that unit. Failures are still going to occur. Catastrophic failures can still occur. But it's the most cost-effective means you can use to prevent them.
And how often do you do transmission fluid?
I recommend every 3 years or 36,000 miles.
Okay, so that's not too often. No. So the lifetime is just ridiculous. Why someone knows cares about that? I don't know. I mean, if it's every 3 years, what the hell's the difference? That's not bad. Or 36,000 miles. Okay, on this one, we talked about oil consumption. Is it ever normal to see smoke coming out of your tailpipe anymore?
No.
You should never. Not on acceleration or anything.
No. No, in a perfect world, you'll never see it. No.
Okay, and that if you see smoke, you got a problem with what? With oil?
Yeah, it could be rings, could be guides, could be seals, could be a lot of things.
Okay, and I don't have a brake, do I? Tell me I don't have a brake. No, I don't have a brake. We can go to the top. That's good. In a cooling system, does it matter as far as how often you change your coolant, flush your coolant? Does the climate matter? They're in a hot weather climate.
I don't think it matters. Climate.
You should still do it every.
It's just age and miles. Yeah.
So what would that be? Every 2 years
Well,
for flushing?
Usually 3-4 years on every 30,000-40,000 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're in Arizona. 303-713-TALK. Give us a call. We have another hour to go. You can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466.
What do you buy when you buy gold, Dimitri? You were talking about that.
Only 100% of my gold holdings are in U.S. Eagles.
Really? Okay.
100%.
Is U.S. what?
Eagles.
And are they round?
Mm-hmm.
Dollar?
Yeah.
What are these square
1
little
ounce.
ingots there, or whatever they? I don't even.
They're bars. They call them
little bars.
Tons of manufacturers make those. But there are benefits to U.S. Gold Eagles. For one thing, they have favorable tax reporting treatment. In other words, favorable tax reporting treatment. So in other
What does
words,
that mean?
they're exempt from reporting on certain in certain types of transactions. So
it's like a cash transaction.
sort of, because they're considered, their currency. They have a face value in dollars. And so if you sell those gold bars to a dealer, they have to file like a 1099 on you or something like that. But that doesn't apply in Gold Eagles. So you do avoid that reporting requirement under many circumstances, I should say.
Who mints the gold eagles?
The U.S. Mint.
Oh, so they're making actual gold coins still.
Oh,
American Eagle.
millions and millions of them. And they come in denominations of a tenth, quarter, half, and 1 ounce. And they have different face values, like $5, $10, $20, $50. So U.S. Mint mints two types of those eagles. The bullion grade, that's the one you want, because it's not meant for numismatic collectors. And then they make the collectible ones. That would be the proofs, the limited editions, and so on. And the premium you pay for the non-numismatic bullion grade eagles is very, very low. And Tom, they also make silver and platinum eagles as well.
Has gold been more steady though?
It's kind of at the bottom of where isn't it?
Yeah, it's down to 4,000 from a peak of 5,600 just a few months ago.
Just kind
So, Kevin, if you decide to get some, I'll hook you up with my dealer.
Okay.
And there's no sales tax.
Been a while since somebody hooked me up with their dealer.
Yeah.
I know a guy.
He's the guy you got to honk twice,
Okay.
flash your lights 3 times.
No, he's totally above both.
First one's free, all right? First one's free.
First one's free. First roll of eagles is no charge. Yeah, so he actually meets you like at Centennial, because Centennial does not charge sales tax on bullion sales. So you'll talk to him, you'll submit your payment, and then he meets me at a park in Centennial and gives me my purchase, my order.
And then there's no sales.
Yeah, so it's totally legal. It's just that he knows how to avoid the jurisdictions where you're subject to sales tax, like Denver, for example.
Yeah, because they need that money to pay for drugs for the homeless.
Yes.
Drugs, the needles.
Does he get cash discounts?
No. His margin is so small.
No, it is. It's tiny.
It's so imperceptible that he takes my checks. I write him a check. I've known him for years now, so he's fine with me, and I'm sure he'll take yours too.
So your gold guy and your hairdresser take your checks.
Yes.
His mechanic does too.
His mechanic.
I was doing the day. I was like, who the hell is writing the check? It's Dimitri.
I've done work for him, and to this day, he's never paid me a dime.
Yep. No, not even with a check.
Nope. He hasn't paid me a thing.
Who has?
Dimitri. I just did a bunch of work on 2 cars for him. He never freaking handed me any money.
Yep. Nor was any money requested.
Did he do gold?
Huh?
Did he do gold?
Nope.
There's something else we're not going to do.
Guns?
Thanks, Tom.
That's just a little bit illegal. You need an FFL to do that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that would not be above board.
I think her name was Winter Snow or something like that. Summer Snow? Summer Snow?
Summer Snow. She smelled really nice. She had this special blend of perfumes she would make her own.
Is that where you got into the habit of making your own?
Yeah, that's when I got into the habit of my own signature scent.
She showed you how to mix these little witches potions?
No, I figured it out on my own.
He just told his ink guy he wanted to smell like her.
Anytime he was alone and he wanted to spend a little special time. I mean, a scent is a very powerful reminder.
I noticed Costco's selling gold bars again.
Yeah, really great pricing. Really great pricing on those. That's widely known as, they're usually like high quality mints like Pamp from Switzerland.
Yep.
That's usually what they sell.
I thought they were a little high compared to some.
Yeah, so my guy deals.
You're right.
My guy deals directly with one of the 7 authorized wholesalers from the mint. So he gets free shipping from those wholesalers.
Oh, cool.
And they're delivered overnight to him. And then he calls you and says, hey, I'll meet you at the park. He's a retired school principal.
That's not bad, I guess. $41.69.
It's a really good price. I mean, what is that, about $100 over?
The 2026 season of Intense 10
choice, so you don't know which.
Yeah.
Does that really make that big a difference, or only when you go to sell it?
Yeah, when you go to sell it, it'll make a big difference. So PAMP, for example.
Yeah, they're 41.96 here, 41.69 here. So yeah, you're right.
And by the way, for you to gauge the difference in buy and sell, if you go to Kitco, they'll give you your buy prices right there on the website.
Who?
Kitco. They're one of the two biggest online dealers. So you can choose buy from Kitco or sell from Kitco, and you can see what they're paying for PAMPs, for Eagles, for Maples, for Krugerrands, all that stuff. Is that the buy side?
As low as.
Oh, that's the sell side, right? So if you go to the buy.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, I'm Tom. What's going on? It's car day today with Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We also have Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, and we are here to serve you. Deputy D's in the house as well, and we're talking about some interesting things having to do with cars. Most people have chosen to text me some here's or theirs. Here's a text. I work at IBM where there's an AI agent in the downtown office. Okay. I asked if there were any, and he said, work there he works there, he works on their actual Watson X AI agent in downtown Denver. So there's some work going on there. And then, some other guy said the AI issue you mentioned going out to the internet, didn't think the internet on its own. It was told about the internet. They didn't have proper checks to halt and prevent the system from taking its programmed information and manipulating it. Sorry, hard to explain. So he's saying, I was in the business, in the tech business, and he said that AI going out didn't do it on its own. It had to know it was there, and it's on the internet itself. It's really hard to imagine. It gives me a headache sometimes when I try to understand how AI works. I mean, it's just incredible. And I did some looking up where one guy tried to do an article and explain how it works, and boy, that became even more confusing to me. How it works. Because it is basically, it says that it goes out and learns the language, and then it's literally fed millions and millions and millions of books and documents and articles, and the subject matter doesn't matter, just millions and millions, and then it becomes a predictor of sentences and what words follow the others, and a lot of it has to do with just assembling sentences in certain categories. But it still gives you answers, so that doesn't seem like a clear explanation to me. But that was what one of our here it is. Here it is. This is the guy that he said this about AI. Because I asked how, he says, it doesn't think like a human. It predicts what comes next. Imagine teaching a child, showing them millions of books and websites and conversations and examples. And after years of practice, you ask, what usually comes after the words, certain words? So it says they essentially do with an AI what they would do for a child on an enormous scale. And see, that doesn't make sense to me either. They say, for example, after seeing millions of sentences like, the sky is, it learns the answer is blue. would be the next word. Computers don't understand words. They're converted into digital, of course. And then they are trying to guess what word comes after another to make a complete sentence within the topic area. Does that even make, that doesn't even make sense to me. And again, how do they feed stuff into it? Is it with, do they just go out and search the internet and just basically dump the entire internet into an AI model? They have to, right? The entire.
Well, it's called training it, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's training. So that's the rub. I mean, how do you know they're training it properly?
And it says that if given the entire internet, nothing is favored over anything else. I mean, the good and the bad.
But it also filters out inappropriate, you know, and that's where you have to define inappropriate.
Yeah, I think if you asked it how to kill somebody, I don't think it would tell you, would it?
Not supposed to.
And I'm not going to do it because I don't want it in my history.
They already had a case.
I don't want it in my history.
It assisted a guy and talked him into suicide.
Oh, more than one case. More than one person has committed suicide.
And
AI
it did
searching.
But I wonder if I put in there, how do I build a bomb to kill somebody, or how do I don't know, or something evil? Would it tell you how to do it? And I won't do it because, again, I'm afraid that everything I've ever written in there is going to come back someday. Maybe at the pearly gates.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at your chat GPT. Deputy Chopper has a follow-up. Are you there?
I'm here, Tom. Are you there?
Yes, sir. What are you looking at? What case was this? Arlie?
Yeah, it was Arlie. It was Tuesday, Tom.
Yeah, I got it. An endurance service contract.
Right. I think me and Dee, when he called, we looked at each other and we just shook our head knowing there wasn't anything that probably we could do. And
because what did he do wrong? He had a 2-year endurance contract, and he had the transmission replaced for $11,000. Endurance won't pay for it.
Well, what happened is he took it to the dealer, and the dealer told him they didn't even want to call Endurance because they don't deal with Endurance. They said, in their humble opinion, Endurance was horrible. And so they told him, you're going to have to take it to somewhere else. Well, apparently where he's at in Florida, this has happened in Florida of all places. It's such a small town that Arlie just said, go ahead and fix it. Well, it came up with $11,000 repair. And I'd like to ask Jeff if he thinks that's what a GMC Sierra 1500 would cost.
What year?
2015, Jeff.
That's on the little steep side.
Well, yeah, that's what and the other thing I didn't like, Tom, is that the dealer then financed it for him.
So the bottom line is, though, did Endurance tell him to go there? Did Endurance send an adjuster out there? Did Endurance have any play in this?
No, because the dealer wouldn't even call Endurance because, like they said, from past history, they don't do any work for Endurance.
So, so this is a typical case where a guy took something to be repaired and expects the warranty service to pay for it.
From what I
they didn't get pre-authorization.
Well, from what he just said, though, after they told him they were not going to work with Endurance, the guy threw up his hands and said, "Just fix the car."
And now he wants to be reimbursed.
And now he wants to be reimbursed.
When you guys work with these warranties,
somewhere else.
When you guys work with these warranties, don't you always see that they're going to pay first?
Oh, absolutely.
You get pre-authorization.
Well, yeah, we have to, and they'll send an adjuster. There's a process to it.
Especially with an $11,000 repair.
Yeah, well, and in our case, first of all, I'm going to make sure it's even an active warranty because I have run into that before.
Yep.
But in our case, like we were talking before, we typically have to perform a disassembly. So I have to get the initial authorization from the customer.
Right.
And then once they have an opportunity to investigate the damages, they'll usually assume that responsibility. Companies like Endurance and Auto Shield, I'm just using those two as examples because in my opinion, they're two of the worst.
Okay.
They'll have you go through these hoops and then they'll want to send you a used unit, which I refuse to do. So I also have to have a conversation with the...
Why would you refuse a used unit if the used unit they had?
Because I have, there's no way that I can back that product. Okay. So I have that conversation with the customer prior to us getting involved.
Yeah.
They'll know, look, if they're going to send us a used unit and the maximum amount they're going to spend is blank number of dollars and you've got an excess of this many dollars, You're going to have to pay that because I'm not going to accept their unit.
All right. What were you going to say, Chopper?
Remember that I sent you something about 2 days ago?
Yes.
Wasn't that ridiculous how they stated those two top?
Yeah, that was a bogus rating service that ranked the top car warranties or car service contracts. It was just bogus, and then they put themselves at the top. It's just ridiculous the way they do that.
But people see that, and they see the commercials, and you know what we're trying to tell them is don't do this.
I can't see it. I don't like service contracts. I don't know any of them that work.
We've gotten to the point now where we are charging the customers to use the warranty as an administrative cost.
Because you have to go back and forth.
A dozen phone calls, 10 emails. An adjuster wants to come out and go over the car again with my tech in the shop up in the air. And
what do they mostly? Okay, I want to know what they. I don't want to talk about it now. I want to take a break, and I want to know what do they mostly do. I want to know the process and most of the time what the outcome is. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Need fresh breath fast? Order Zellman's online in just a few clicks and save 15%. Go to ZELMINS.com and use code SAVE. That's Zellman's.com, code SAVE for fresh, clean breath delivered. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment. Stay confident and save 15% with code SAVE on Zellman's.com today.
Vestera Turnkey. That's the place you call if you want to be a landlord and make lots of money with an equity play. Because what they do is find houses that are priced low, that are in great rental markets with a great economy, and they help you acquire those, then you own them. They help you rent them out. They have affiliations with management companies and other people to help you each step of the way. Repairs and maintenance, whatever you need. And then you sell that property in 2 to 3 years to turn a profit, and then you can go on to your next house. Vestera Turnkey. To find out what they do, go to this website and find out about the next seminar. It's mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com.
The funny thing, I just got notification there was movement in on my security cameras, and so I went to look it up. Well, I got some guys out there felling some trees that are closer to the house than what I'm willing to do. With the camera does not care that I've got all the volume turned off.
Wow,
it comes on.
Yep. That's amazing. That's pretty perfect.
If something's moving in the backyard and I flip it around, my girlfriend's got the blower out there blowing leaves, and it says, "What?"
Yeah, but I've got all the volumes turned off on the phone, but that one will come on.
It's Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing. If your home was in a hail or windstorm, you should call Excel Roofing first. We'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. Excel is Martino's favorite roofer. Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We're on top of it.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Love Sloan's Lake, City Park, and your neighborhood? Then keep this in mind. 50% of what we send to the landfill can be composted. Add food waste and yard trimmings to your green curbside compost card. Love 5280. A message from Keep Colorado Beautiful, Niagara Cares, and iHeartRadio.
Rhodium?
Rhodium? 5 ounces of rhodium is 65 grand.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to give me a couple cats. I don't need to have a...
Showers and thunderstorms will wrap up this evening as temperatures dip down into the 60s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high temperature in the mid-90s. I'm Fox City 1 Pinpoint Weather Meter.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, along with Sheridan Auto Tech and Kimmer Transmission. People, Deputy D's in the house as well. I looked at the survey that they came up with for mental health. And I don't know if I believe this or not, but they say that the best city for mental health, where residents have the best mental health, and they base that on prescriptions, doctor's visits, episodes, blah, 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 blah. Number one in mental health is San Francisco. Now, does that surprise you?
So if you go to the doctor more and take more prescriptions, you have better mental health than if you don't?
No, they're saying, they're saying that they're not availing themselves so much of psychiatrists and meds. That's what makes them, so that's what they're saying. They have the least mental well-being. They have the best mental well-being is what they're saying. And this is another one of those surveys where, honest to God, I don't know where they come up with their information, but they claim that they've done extensive research. And the other one is Chicago's number 2, being for mental well-being. San Jose, California is number 3. New York City, number 4. Now, come on. New York City are you kidding me, for mental well-being?
Was it the DNC that ran the survey?
Yeah, and then Jersey City is number 5, Irvine, California, number 6, Washington, D.C., number 7. I'm wondering if this is an inverse score, if a low score is bad. No, seriously, because I'm looking down here, and for example, Honolulu has 14. It's way higher than New York. No, I think Denver has a number 27th in the nation, and then you have Newark, New Jersey, 32. So the most stressed city is Toledo, Ohio. Memphis, Tennessee is stressed. Cleveland, Detroit, Tulsa. These are the highly stressed states. I don't know if I believe that. As far as physical well-being, health, the number 1, San Jose, California. Then Irvine, Seattle, Plano, Texas, Portland, Raleigh, San Diego. So some of these surveys, though, are crazy. Did you see the one where CNBC did one, or was it MSNBC? Whatever. There was one done it was one of the liberal news outlets. Every single bad place to live was a red state. So according to this, the worst mental or physical health is Baltimore. And where does Denver? Denver always fits in the middle somewhere as far as physical health. And you know, what's really amazing is how they feel like they're the authority because they went out and looked at hundreds of thousands of records. Now, financially, you want to know who's the best off financially in Gilbert, Arizona, and then Chesapeake, Virginia, Plano, Texas, Seattle, Virginia Beach, San Jose, Chandler, Anchorage, Minneapolis. So who's the worst off financially? People in Detroit, Cleveland, Newark, Laredo, Texas, Toledo, Ohio, El Paso, Texas. Where's New York City? New York, as far as financial well-being, ranks 76. Yeah, that's pretty high, and it should be. Anyway, what I'd like to know is what New York City is going to look like after the new mayor. I want to know, because I always said life is its own teacher, so we'll see exactly what's up. I mean, we will see what's up when that happens, because it's either going to thrive or not thrive. And there will be no more excuses anymore. When you can't blame people, there will be no more excuses. Okay, so getting back to our car questions, let me find them here.
Well, you said you wanted to know something more about car warranties?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wanted to go over the process. Yes. Hold on. That's what I wanted to get back to, these notes. Okay. So somebody comes in with a problem. They have a warranty. What's the first step?
Well, we have to identify the problem and you know, at least get started in a diagnosis, you know, whether the customer is responsible for the original or the warranty.
Well, do you decide that up front? They come in, they say, I have a warranty. What do you say to them? Yeah. Well, it's going to cost you until they come through.
Exactly.
Okay, so you start into it, and you say to them, you need something. Pick something that would typically, water pump, I don't know.
Water pump, yeah, exactly.
Then what?
Now we need to present that to the warranty company. And the first thing the warranty company is going to say is we need a copy of all the service records for the last year.
That's what they say.
And then it stops right there until all the service records are collected and sent in.
And what kind of service records?
Oil changes.
And they want to see those every time.
Yep.
And if they see anything missing, you're screwed.
You're done. It's called abuse. By not following the warranty procedures.
Now you manage to get receipts.
Yep.
And can they show receipts for oil they bought at Walmart?
No, never works.
No. They can't show their own receipts.
Nope.
Okay, so is that written in the warranty somewhere where people know that?
You know what? That I don't know. I've never really looked into that, but it's very specific because we have one in now. They want service records, repair, facility name, address, phone number, full VIN number.
For every single service.
Service date, mileage, description of repairs, and complete, visible, legible records of all associated pages.
So they better keep track of that as they go along.
Yep. Or just don't worry about your warranty. Just don't have one. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's what I say. Don't get a warranty.
Yeah.
Okay. So now they get all of that done. Then what do?
Now they want to send now they want to send an adjuster out.
And how much? Like how much does that cost them? Like how much is a water pump?
I mean, it could be as much as $1,500. It could be $200-300.
Will they send an adjuster no matter what?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And what does an adjuster do? Talk to you?
He looks at the vehicle and verifies what we said that it actually needs.
And then what?
And then we wait.
And then what?
Then they may or may not approve it, and they may or may not approve it for the dollar amount that we have, or some variation, or it's 28,000 hoops.
It's terrible.
It is constant.
So who's the best to work with, or are none of them good?
You know, it's hit and miss. We'll get through even Endurance and the other one. I mean, we'll fly through with one of theirs. And then the next time we call, they're impossible to do.
It's a lot like dealing with the DMV. It depends on who you've got on the other side.
What's the percent of people using them?
Oh, mine's pretty low. Mine's pretty low, actually. I'd say less than probably 3% of the vehicles that come through.
You too?
Yeah.
All right.
It's not a lot.
That's good, because those people are getting ripped off that have them. That's what I believe. Sean, what is your question? Sean, are you there? Yeah, what's happening?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
I had a question for Jeff. I got a 94 C4 Corvette, and when I got it's got a 6-speed manual. When the clutch is, when I don't have I guess when I let the clutch out, it sounds like it's still engaging. Is that a sign it's getting ready to go out?
It's probably a sign of some bearing noise there, yes.
So when the pedal's down, he still hears it?
Well, you've got different bearings moving at different times. So when you push down on the clutch pedal, okay, it's the input shaft's supposed to be able to move independent of the flywheel. So that's you've got a pilot bearing on the end of the input shaft.
Okay.
You've got the release bearing or the throw-out bearing that is actually the fork, which is actually engaging or disengaging the clutch.
Okay.
The likelihood of that noise coming from the pilot is next to none because he's not slipping. So it's actually turning at the same speed as the input shaft. It's the release bearing that's most likely making noise.
Okay. And go ahead, Sean.
I was just curious if you had an estimate what I'd be looking at.
Boy, you know what? It's been so long since I saw one of those. I would literally have to get your VIN, make some phone calls, and see what parts are going for. Ever since COVID, parts go up, parts go down. It's unbelievable.
Sure.
Do you remember what it used to cost?
On that, you probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about $2,400-$2,500
is what it used to cost.
Is what it used to cost, but I probably haven't done one probably since 1819.
Wow.
I can't remember last time we did one.
Why is it that you haven't done many?
Because most of them don't have manual transmission.
And most of them don't get driven a whole lot either. Yep. So if you've got very low miles, typically on something like a Corvette.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean
most Corvettes don't have manuals?
They have automatic now? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, and the newest of the new have automatic transmissions, don't they?
Well, they
or
still
they have paddle shifters, don't they now?
Exactly. Electronic shift.
So you can do either or a modified version of automatic.
Exactly.
Where you shift your own. 303-713-8255. I'm going to some other car questions. Here's one right here. Okay. Why don't spare tires come with most new cars right now?
Because everything comes down to the bottom dollar.
So they get that donut still, don't they?
Not in all cases. You better check to make sure there's one there.
So nothing, basically. They're done.
Mm-hmm.
They have to call a service.
I mean, we can tell when a transmission comes out of the vehicle.
Price per unit. They want to get it down.
We can tell when a transmission comes out of the vehicle whether it's been out before and been rebuilt or replaced because the torque converter is not painted if it's manufactured. And the reman units will come painted. The manufacturer probably saves half a cent on each torque converter that they're not painting, but when you go cafe wide, that's a lot of money.
Okay. After your years of working on cars, what feature do you think, this is one of my car nut buddies, what feature do you think a car should have that it doesn't have? If you had to pick a feature, and then I want you to pick the most useless feature. I think the most useless feature is the golf cart mode, where it turns off at idle, where it turns
auto
off.
Start stop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
I think that's the worst. But anyway, let's talk about what do you think cars should have that they don't have? Is there any one thing you could pick that they should have that they don't have? Maybe that they used to have and they don't have anymore, or they should have? I can't.
I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. What about the other way around? What about stuff that you wish they'd get rid of?
Well, and I brought it up earlier today. So a lot of the new monitoring that they're going to be putting into vehicles, they're literally going to be listening on your conversations. They are watching you when you're inside the vehicle. They're going to be sharing and selling this data. This is stuff that's been shared with the United States government. They're going to be sharing all this stuff.
So wait a minute, they're going to know what's going on inside my car?
Your car, yes. And a lot of it's going to be used for like your insurance company.
They're going to know that?
What's that?
Is it when you're driving or
it's listening to the inside of the vehicle?
No. Okay, what if you're not driving? Are they listening if you're parked?
It's kind of like having Siri in your car is what it is.
I hope the rear
seat
is
serious? Where'd you hear that? That they're going to have...
This has been coming up over the last couple of years. It's all been being implemented into vehicles.
So cameras are going to be in your car?
Yeah, cameras are going to be in your car.
And why will they want to monitor what you're doing?
It's the same reason why Dimitri doesn't like to go around smart TVs. They're gathering information.
They're gathering information.
It gets worse, Tom. They're also going to be installing sensors in the steering wheel that will detect transdermally transmitted alcohol from your body.
Yeah, it's not just inside the steering wheel. Some of them will actually detect the air quality.
Yeah, it'll sniff the air.
It'll sniff
do all
your
of that.
liquor, and if they don't think you're fit to drive,
it won't start.
Yeah. And
there's a lot of fights about it right now.
Are you kidding me?
There's a lot of fights about that right now because, say, little Miss Petite Blonde is being harassed inside the bar and she's trying to escape and she gets into her vehicle and needs to escape and that thing doesn't start. Well, they've just put her in jeopardy because she can't use that vehicle. So they're actually fighting over the morality of that right now.
Okay, we got more after this. This is crazy. Let's talk about things coming.
This report is sponsored by Brad vs. Everyone podcast. Dangerous social media trends, media scandals, dumb TikTok boycotts, and more. Keep up with all the online stories mainstream media ignores by listening to the Brad vs. Everyone podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Gravina's has the greatest windows, the greatest selection. They have 50 lines of windows, and they have multiple lines of siding and doors, and they've been around for 65 years. I love their story. They're on 950 West Evans. Their name means so much to them that you know what they've done? They've trademarked it. Gravina, 950 West Evans, for your windows, siding, doors, and more. Gravinas.com. That's Gravinas.com. Or call Nick and the boys over at 303 Gravina.
Kevin, I got to bring my Forerunner in to reattach, to fix one of the attachment points for my skid plates, because
Jeff broke it.
Jeff broke it off and left the bolt in the hole because it's cross-threaded.
Well, that's why he didn't charge you.
So, and it happens to be one of the two bolts that meet at the junction of the two plates. So there's only one of them holding that junction. And
it's most likely going to be relatively easy, but it's one of those ones that's like,
I
just know that this is going to go
wrong. You don't believe some of the fucking sensors they're developing for cars right now.
Yeah. Oh, I would believe it. Are you kidding me? Look who you're talking to.
That's why they're complaining about the cameras, on the pole.
God almighty.
Cameras?
Yeah, there's nothing.
They have no idea.
Those cameras would be obsolete in 2 years anyway.
Well, and everybody wants to claim, it's an invasion of my privacy. Well, I got news for you. It's not against your Fourth Amendment rights like you think it is, because it's a private company that's actually doing this. They're contracted by the government, but that's the loophole that they're using. It's a private company.
A private company that's acting on behest of a government is actually subject to the same constitutional limitations that the government
I don't disagree with you. This is just the loophole they're trying to create.
Oh, yeah, this is their argument. Right. I mean,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing as the gun laws we were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's all going to get struck down, but they're going to be able to do it for years.
For years and years and years.
But if you can catch people that need to be caught, is it worth the trouble?
I still struggle with that. I still can't make up my mind on flock cameras.
Okay.
I can.
To me, there's nothing I'm doing that I could care less that anybody else knows.
Well, same here. Except when I'm
They've
doing
already had people getting harassed and pulled over because they were misidentified.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Arrested, thrown in a slammer.
But that's always going to happen. I mean, you get a stolen car report on a car that.
Not to the level that this is.
What do you mean?
With the flock cameras giving incorrect data, people getting pulled over, busted, even thrown in prison. Or not in prison, but in jail until they sort it all out. But one guy, they interviewed a guy here, last month? He'd already been pulled over like 8 times.
Yeah, the guy who's, there was a warrant issued for him out of, not Clear Creek County, but what's known as Central City is. There was a warrant out for this guy, and they put in a license plate number, but there was a 0, so the person putting it in wasn't sure if it's a 0 or not. So just to make sure, she did it the other way also. Well, he has either the 0 or the O, and he's been arrested several times now.
But the thing is, the license plate readers that are on every cop car are picking all that stuff up anyway. So
Right, but the warrant was issued
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
erroneously.
Yes.
And so he is getting stopped by cops that have license plate scanners right on their car.
Yep. I had a warrant in my name only. The description was 5'5", brown hair, brown eyes, 165 pounds.
So you took on this disguise just to get away from it.
And most of the cops laugh about it. Like, close.
So you didn't get in the slammer?
Well, no, but I still did get pulled over. Of course. Because the license plate reader picks up on a name.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. What was that family? I think it was here in Denver that they pulled over a family in a vehicle because it was a suspected stolen vehicle. They matched the license plate. The problem was that the vehicle was a motorcycle, and they had this whole family out of the car.
They were in the parking lot.
Yeah.
At one point, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was about like 6 years ago.
Was it that long ago?
And they had what?
They had this family. They had yanked them out of the car because they were searching for a stolen vehicle. License plate matched. So they pulled it over. It's a family. It was like a couple of moms and some kids, going out, play dates, taking them to Jamboree, whatever they're doing. And they had them all out, and I think they had the moms handcuffed.
But it's procedure like in every jurisdiction with a stolen car.
But it wasn't a car. The vehicle description was a motorcycle.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jerry, what's going on with you? What's your question for Jeff Kimmer?
Clutch, I think.
I mean, Jeff Vick. Jerry?
Yes, Jerry.
What's going on, man?
Hey, Tom. Hey, I'm dealing with Jeff and Isaiah over at Sheridan Auto Parts. So I'm like 60 years old. I bought over 20 cars in my life. I've never used a warranty before in my life. I usually fix it myself. So I'm using Car Shield, and I just went to the office off of Denver West Parkway. I gave the agent, Kim, all the information, all the warranty work I've had in the last year. And like I said, Isaiah's dealing with it at Sheridan because I'm only a mile and a half away from Sheridan Auto, and I listen to your show. I used to, I used Father John years and years ago. He saved me tons of money.
Okay.
So I'm just calling to add. I want to pick Jeff's brain and say, hey, what do you think about Car Shield? I've never used Car Shield. I just got them like 5 months ago, and I'm just trying to pick Jeff's brain and find out what he thinks.
If you take that big bucket of crap and you lift it up, you'll find them underneath it.
That's how bad it is. They're that bad. How much are you paying?
Okay. Oh, I pay, since I'm a veteran, I pay $79 a month, which is still cheaper than the warranty, a used warranty through the dealership.
Yeah, but what do you get for that? Have they given you trouble on anything? Or
No, sir. This is my first time ever filing a claim. That's why I was trying to.
How long have you been paying on this warranty?
Exactly 3 months and 7 days.
So, well, I mean, if you get any sort of repairs covered, then you're probably ahead for the money. But in the future, I mean,
what is wrong with your car? You took it to them first. You took it right to Car Shield. Did you say at their office?
Yes, sir. Well, I went to their office 2 hours ago today because I don't want to deal with people on the phone.
Why did you go to their office? Oh, so you submitted everything to them, and what did you have a mechanic tell you what's wrong with it?
Yes, Isaiah Fernandez at Sheridan Auto told me it's a blown head gasket.
Okay, so then who's going to do the blown head gasket for you?
Jeff at Sheridan Auto.
Okay, so
we don't know yet. It's in process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Car Shield has not yet.
Car Shield is not approved.
Okay, got it. So there's a good possibility they're going to turn it down, right?
Yeah, it just depends on how they view it, sure.
I mean, you just got to wait for their ruling. What were you calling to ask, though?
Oh, I'm just connecting to see, get Jeff's opinion on what he thinks, and now I know what he thinks.
Jeff, I think you got him confused. Jeff is not with Jeff is not with Sheridan Auto Tech. It's Kevin.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. It's Kevin. You're dealing with Kevin.
I'm a much more pleasant individual anyway.
Yeah. No, you're dealing with Kevin, and Kevin says that what'll happen is they're going to send probably an adjuster to look at it, and then you'll know.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. They're going to probably send an adjuster, Jerry, and make a decision. Then you can fight after that. We can help you if Kevin thinks they really are off base. Tim, what's going on with you, Tim?
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Dimitri wanted me to call in.
Yes.
I just spent the last, almost an hour dealing with my parents with a scam.
What is it?
That it's the normal stupid deal where my 80-year-old dad.
Did he draw out money?
He went onto the browser, and of course, before that, he clicked some stupid email that I've told him not to, and he got that India Microsoft virus scan.
Did they take control of his computer?
I asked him that, and he said no, and he just called me at 11 o'clock today.
Listen, let's make this short real quick right now. If he gave them any kind of access to his computer, and he did, because that's what they do with that Microsoft thing. They send him a code, he approves it, and they have instant access. And if he has banking information or any sensitive information on that computer, they have it now. So you're going to have to
I believe, dude, you know me. I'm an IT guy. This is what I deal with all the time.
So did you shut it down?
Yeah.
Good.
But weird stuff started happening after we rebooted. I don't know how many days he's been dealing with. This call is not a call for help. It's more of a PSA.
Got it.
People out there, if you have parents that are older, my God, make sure that they have a decent email provider. I'm going to take away his laptop tomorrow, and I'm going to shoot it out in my backyard. I live where I can do that.
Yeah.
And I am going to save his contacts for him.
Good.
Buy him a new machine.
Good.
I'm going to kill this Hotmail account that he has.
Okay,
Put him on Gmail.
Good.
That actually scans stuff.
But also just do, if he had information on that computer, like bank accounts, you're going to have to go in and increase the security on those.
Oh, I know. And I specifically asked him if he gave them any banking information or he had any information on his laptop, and he said all that he told them was the name of his bank. Well, apparently, like a day or so later, the bank called him because their account is flagged.
Okay, and what happened?
They called my mother and asked, what's going on here? This company or person or whatever is calling for information, and they did not give it to him. It's a local bank here in Brighton.
Good.
And his account is flagged because there's a lot of money in there.
Okay, I would have them open him up a new account with a different number so they can't access it through ACH. I really would.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, because otherwise they go through ACH and that nice banker doesn't get a chance to stop it. Hold on, I really have to take this break. We got more right after this. Man,
You know, if Pakistan and India went to war with each other, who would answer the phones?
Who would call us?
It's just people not knowing, just being gullible.
Yeah.
My girlfriend did that years ago. She thought I had them call. It's like, well, why don't you call and ask me? Gave her access to her computer at home.
Oh, no.
Even logged in her bank account for them so they could show her. They put money in and took money out of her bank account, showing her this and that and this. I got on the phone and I was just screaming, unplug the computer.
Yeah. Did you end up losing anything?
No, I didn't, but I'd never use a computer again.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Fix It 24/7 will help you extend the life of your AC. Why? Because they take it apart. It's a refurbishment. They really take it apart to an extent that will surprise you. They clean every nook and cranny, the blower motor, and make sure it's in 100% tip-top condition. In fact, it adds life and efficiency to your unit. They give you a no-breakdown guarantee over the heating season. And listen to this. They will find any problems if you have any, and they have free second opinions on anything you may need done. So they are great people you can trust. I do. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, and the $39 Extreme Clean Tune and Check. FixMyHome.com. Book now. That's 720-526-3939. Are you going to be available Monday and Tuesday, or Monday or Tuesday or anything?
Do you need me? Mark will be back.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you need me both of those days?
No, I was just... I wish they did this thing sooner.
Yeah.
Waiting a whole next week,
I'll tell you, I'd like one day off, and I don't care if it's Monday or Tuesday. How about I come in on Monday and take Tuesday off for work? And Mark will be here for both of those days. Anyway.
Yeah, you're right. He will be. I could always walk away. You're right.
I'll come on Monday.
Yeah, maybe you didn't have to bother, because you're right. He will be back. I don't want to be a pain in the ass.
No, I don't perceive it that way. I'll be in touch on Sunday, and we'll figure out which day I'll take off. Kevin, when your texting application texts me that my car is ready, that application doesn't have any capability of offering like specials or discounts or anything, right? You don't do any of that. Like
I typically don't when we're busy, and we've been busy. I mean, we can do an email, text blast.
Email is fine. Text is asking for trouble.
Okay. Well, anytime we text, if the vehicle's there, it's by permission.
Right.
Yeah, we don't.
Just don't do it after the vehicle is gone. No. Hey, we haven't seen you in 3 months. It's time for an oil change.
No, because once they, opt in, opt out, that's the end of it.
Good.
Yeah, we don't text them to say, "You sure you want to opt out?"
Oh, that's not allowed. But also, like you have my permission whenever I come in to text me my vehicle updates.
Yeah.
But like 7 months later, don't say, "Hey, have you checked your oil lately?" Like that kind of stuff. Nothing that's a solicitation. Email is fine. You can email out all the junk you want.
They're saying here in this reading I'm doing that there's so much
Oh, yeah.
I used the term AI slop in a trial once, and the judge was like, Mr. Cherniak, that's not helpful. We don't call it AI slop. I said, Your Honor, I'm open to suggestions. He's like, So, but I don't use the term AI slop in court anymore.
Martino here. Okay, here are some of the controversial things they're monitoring. I couldn't believe this, or they're going to. First of all, your eyes, your mouth, your face, basically, your occupants, and your body movements. And they're also going to video and archive it. I don't know why.
You're talking about automobiles, correct?
And cars are going to be monitoring the cockpit, yes. Grip pressure on the steering wheel, electrical conductivity, and tiny steering inputs. Warnings, if they go too long, audible alarms, eventually probably controlling your vehicle if it has to slow down and stop if there's a problem with your grip. And then also, they're going to have breath sensors, infrared skin sensors, and steering wheel sensors, prevent drunk driving. They want to also do heart rate, stress, fatigue, and sleepiness. They can prevent you from starting the car. They want to be able to detect heart attacks, strokes. Future seats may even monitor heart rhythm, respiration, body temperature, weight, occupant position. We're in for a real treat, folks. By the way, folks, don't forget SheridanAutotech.com, Transmissionsdenver.com, and referralist.com. Call 303-MARTINO for help and save all your problems for us.